and the team.
How's Manzoor?
He is also
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Oh, it's a different sheikh, I'm seeing.
Here is a cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And also the roads are blocked completely. So situation. Anyway.
Yeah.
So how are you, Your Excellency?
No,
How are you?
alhamdulillah. I'm good, alhamdulillah. We don't have a farmers revolt here, so we are quite okay for now.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. That's
How's your
great.
health?
Yeah.
How's your health?
Okay.
Health is okay, alhamdulillah, by the grace of Almighty Allah, the barakah of du'as of friends.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think let us adhere to time, and inshallah we'll have success also. So here is the beginning of two-day online international conference on personality and contribution of Dr. Mohammed NATSIR as a national and international thought leader in 20th century. To begin with, I would request Maulana Athar Hussain Nadwi Sahab to please recite some verses from the Holy Quran. Maulana Athar Hussain Nadwi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum assalam.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا. ولما رأى المؤمنون الأحزاب قالوا هذا ما وعدنا الله ورسوله وصدق الله ورسوله وما زادهم إلا إيمانا وتسليما. من المؤمنين رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله عليه فمنهم من قضى نحبه ومنهم من ينتظر وما بدلوا تبديلا. ليجزي الله الصادقين بصدقهم ويعذب المنافقين إن شاء أو يتوب عليهم إن الله كان غفورا رحيما. در حقیقت تم لوگوں کے لیے اللہ کے رسول میں ایک بہترین نمونہ ہے، ہر اس شخص کے لیے جو اللہ اور یوم آخرت کا امیدوار ہو اور کثرت سے اللہ کو یاد کرے. اور سچے مومنوں کا حال اس وقت یہ تھا کہ جب انہوں نے حملہ اور لشکروں کو دیکھا تو پکار اٹھے کہ یہ وہی چیز ہے جس کا اللہ اور اس کے رسول نے ہم سے وعدہ کیا تھا. اللہ اور اس کے رسول کی بات بالکل سچی تھی. اس واقعے نے ان کے ایمان اور ان کی سپردگی کو اور زیادہ بڑھا دیا. ایمان لانے والوں میں ایسے لوگ موجود ہیں جنہوں نے اللہ سے کیے ہوئے عہد کو سچ کر دکھایا. ان میں سے کوئی اپنی نظر پوری کر چکا اور کوئی وقت آنے کا منتظر ہے. انہوں نے اپنے رویے میں کوئی تبدیلی نہیں کی. یہ سب کچھ اس لیے ہوا تاکہ اللہ سچوں کو ان کی سچائی کی جزا دے اور منافقوں کو چاہے تو سزا دے اور چاہے تو ان کی توبہ قبول کرے. بے شک اللہ غفور الرحیم ہے. صدق اللہ العظیم.
Jazakallah Maulana Athar Hussain. I would like to say in two lines the concept, the meaning, that these verses indicate that the best of the models for human guidance is in Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And there have been people who followed it and they got success. And there are unfortunate people who are not getting it, and for them there is turmoil. So best is that we adhere to that uswa hasana, that model behavior, and get success in our life. Then I would say that now we come to the welcome and introduction part of this, and for that we have with us Professor Z.M. Khan, Secretary General of the Institute of Objective Studies, and Dr. Henry Tan Jung, Vice Director, Postgraduate School, Ibn Khaldun University, Indonesia. So first I would request Professor Zadam Khan to please give your welcome address. Professor Zadam Khan. Unmute, unmute.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu nusalli ala Rasulihil Kareem. My brothers and sisters in Islam and in humanity, I take it as a matter of great privilege for me and for the Institute of Objective Studies to participate in this very important function that we are holding. This is to remember the son of Islam and the son of whole humanity who has contributed to the welfare of humanity and in creating a human society. This welcome includes all kinds of sentiments that the people of Institute of Objective Studies have for all those who are participating in it and who will be participating in it, because the whole proceeding is being recorded and it will definitely be repeated again and again in the coming days. Let me introduce a bit the Institute of Objective Studies as well. You know, it's a non-political, non-profit making organization. And it is actually busy in many, many things. And the quantum and the scope of activities of IOS has been increasing. And you know, apart from that, the Institute is receiving a lot of suggestions from various quarters of Indian society and from outside India as well to take up new projects and to take up new issues. We are trying our level best to cover all of them. The human resource and the financial resource are limited. So we are trying to cover as much area as we can. In view of expanding the scope of our activity, we people are trying to have got new policies and methods. For instance, we have adopted a method of starting our activities in collaboration with other universities and research organizations, and that has given us a boost in terms of thinking new areas and taking up new projects in collaboration. The main area of emphasis for Institute of Objective Studies is its research area. Research we have got of two kinds. One is that we sponsor research and we try to select scholars who will conduct that research. Number two, the scholars all around submit their applications and submit their research proposals, and the Institute, after a proper scrutiny, sanctions those projects and the people carry it out. Second important area is publication. Publication is a big area for us, and we have got our own arrangements of publication. So publication is done by us, distribution is also done by us. Along with it, we have got a section of translation. English, Arabic, Urdu, Hindi, these are prominent languages in which we are trying to have got translations of important books. Apart from that, now we are trying to translate our things in Indian languages, Indian constitutional languages as well, so that our reach increases. Apart from that, we also conduct surveys. For instance, the latest survey we have conducted is to know the attitude and priorities and choice of the young citizens of India who participate in elections as to what are their areas of preference and what are their important points which they consider at the time of casting their vote. Apart from that, the big area that we cover is the conferences of all kinds, including the local conferences, the national conferences, and international conferences. And I think Institute of Objective has got a very impressive prestige and very impressive record of performance in this area. Apart from that, we also have got limited scholarships for those who are pursuing those themes which are explained in our compendium of research that we have published. These themes are actually approved by the Institute of Objective Studies, and those people who take up these themes, we have got a special concern and a special favor for them. Apart from that, we have got very impressive lecture series on topical themes, and special lectures are organized every now and then. Like in the present series, we have got Ibn Khaldun series of lectures, and we are having it at various centers, because the institute has got 5 chapters also which are scattered all over India, like that of in Aligarh, in Patna, in Calicut, in Chennai, in Kolkata, and headquarters in Delhi. Apart from that, we have got awards also. Like that, we have got a Lifetime Achievement Award. Shah Waliullah Award also is there with us. We also have got regular publications like that of Journal of Objective Studies, Religion and Law Review, Mutali'a, that is in Urdu quarterly, a newsletter that again Nuqta-e-Nazar, that is in Urdu, a Minaret, it is an online magazine, and this kind of publications are very normal and regular. Apart from that, we have got a research team that works very genuinely on preparing annual calendar of Institute of Objective Studies, and that is also distributed. Because it is research data is given in this calendar, so it is highly popular inside and outside India. Apart from that, we have got a full-fledged library, and that library caters to the scholars of all universities which are specifically located in Delhi. So this is the brief that I wanted to present before you about the latest activities of Institute of Objective Studies. I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah, Professor Zadam Khan. Now we have Brother Dr. Henry Tanjung with us. He is Vice Director, Postgraduate School, Ibn Khaldun University, Indonesia. I request him to give welcome and introduction from his side.
Thank you.
Dr. Henry Tanjung.
Thank you, Professor Wani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brothers and sisters in Islam, good morning to everyone here, and thank you for joining us in our today's conference of Dr. Muhammad NATSIR 2021. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this conference, introducing you to the speakers and attendees who are coming from all over the world today to share knowledge and increase our thinking horizons about Dr. Muhammad Nasir. Today's conference was attended by around 300 participants from more than 30 universities across the continent and 100 institutions across Indonesia, making this conference truly an international conference. The theme of this conference is Personality and Contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir as a national and international thought leader in 20th century. We have experts from various fields who will stay with us for the next 2 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us. The major outcomes that we expect from this conference is a recognition to the contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, an Islamic leader, nationally and internationally. We will also be talking about the personality of Dr. Muhammad Nasir as an Islamic leader, which can be exemplified as an example to all leaders today. This conference was held by the Institute of Objective Studies, India, Ibn Khaldun University Bogor, Indonesia, International Institute of Islamic Thought, USA, and Indonesian Dawah Council. On behalf of Ibn Khaldun University, I would like to introduce all speakers and participants of this conference about this university. Bogor Ibn Khaldun University is the oldest private university located in Bogor City, West Java Province, Indonesia, on 1961. Inspired by a world scholar Ibn Khaldun, this university is named Ibn Khaldun University. The hope is that new Ibn Khalduns will be born, with who are besides scholars also intellectuals, or intellectuals who are also scholars, or new Nathirs will be born as new leaders of Islam and new leaders of Unitary Republic of Indonesia. Ibn Khaldun University is an Islamic university founded by famous scholars in Indonesia, including Kiai Haji Soleh Iskandar. Now, Dr. Didi Hilman is acting as chairman of this foundation, and Dr. Andin Mujahidin is acting as a rector. It has 6 faculties, 1 graduate school, and 23 study programs with around 7,500 students. In 2019, Ibn Khaldun University was included in the top ranked 100 national best universities in Indonesia. This university has many lecturers and special alumni who are currently serving as public leaders at the local, national, and international levels. Some of our directors and lecturers are also famous people like Professor Didin Hafiduddin as Deputy Chairman of the Advisory Council of the Indonesian Ulama Council, Dr. Henry Tanjung and Dr. Irfan Saukibeik as members of the Indonesian Wakaf Board, and also Dr. Adian Hussein as Chairman of the Indonesian Da'wah Council nowadays. Based on the vision, mission, and also the motto, faith, knowledge, and morality, this university has produced quality graduates in various fields. This university is committed to conducting innovative research to create reciprocal collaborations that benefit society, and also with the IOS India, inshallah. With a strong commitment to Chatur Dharma activities, education, research, community service, and da'wah, Ibn Khaldun University has produced high standard graduates who are ready to face the business world. Currently, Ibn Khaldun University has collaborated with several foreign universities located in various countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan, Qatar, Jordan, Sri Lanka, Brunei Darussalam, South Korea, Hong Kong, the Philippines, and Russia. Some of the students of Faculty of Islamic Studies came from these countries. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the participants coming from Indonesia, Malaysia, Southeast Asia, and other countries, especially the speakers who are willing to join this conference and share their opinion and thinking about Dr. Muhammad Natsir. I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging the attendees to participate in all the activities and discussions for the next 2 days. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henry Tanjung, for a very brilliant, excellent introduction of the university, and I believe it's already in global reach. We congratulate you on that. And I believe the vision of the university is great, and pray to Almighty that it proves a big kind of source of knowledge and guidance for the humanity. Thank you for that. Now we have to present the profile of Dr. Mohammad Nasir, the thought leader. And for that, I am requesting Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir, son of Dr. Mohammad Nasir and former trade attaché at Indonesian Embassy at Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I request Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir, please come forward and present the profile. Over to you. Okay.
Yeah. It seems that he has problems to get in. Technical problem. He just called me. So,
okay, is he there?
Audible as well as visible.
He has joined another name, Ahmed Fauzi Fazirma.
yeah.
Ahmed Fazirma. He has joined, but I think he is unable to unmute or.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the problem.
I am sending a request for unmute.
सुनो भेजो ना इसमें कोई थोड़ी कहना होता अच्छा so please unmute yourself.
Yeah, just yeah.
I just called Mr. Fauzi Nasir. He has difficulties to come in. He has come, but only as a listener.
He has
So
joined.
Just
Please.
put in this. He has joined, but as a listener.
Okay, and okay, now we are going to have the profile of Dr. Mohammad Nasir, on whom the conference is being held, and to present his profile, we have Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir with us. He's the son of Dr. Mohammad Nasir and former trade attaché at Indonesian Embassy at Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I request you, Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir, please present the profile of Dr. Mohammad Nasir. Over to you, Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir.
Put him in the panelist. He is still outside the panelist. He has joined, but still not in the panelist name. Please, the operator.
Okay, I suggest that we may have it later till our...
Okay.
And
all right.
we are honored to have with us His Excellency Datu Seri Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, former Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, whom we know as a global leader with compassion, with harmony, with spirit of sacrifice, and a man who can integrate humanity, and the person who can lead the intellectuals and the policymakers together. I believe that we hear him and request him to inaugurate the conference and deliver the inaugural address. We welcome you, sir, to this conference, and I request you to please present the inaugural address. Over to you, sir. Over to His Excellency Datu Seri Dr. Anwar Ibrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Alhamdulillah
wabarakatuh.
alladhi arsala rasulahu bil huda wa dinil haq liyuzhirahu 'ala ad-din kullih wa kafa billahi shahida wa usalli wa usallimu ala rasulihil karim wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I'm of course very fortunate to be meeting the brothers, sisters, I believe, and must congratulate Institute of Objective Studies with University of KHALDUN together with IIT to organize a very important and pertinent conference. You see, generally, the Islam in this region, Southeast Asia, and particularly Indonesia, has been somewhat marginalized. There is hardly any study or analysis among even Islamic workers or Islamic movements or contemporary intellectuals on the unique development of Islam in Indonesia for a variety of reasons, from the first period of Islamization to the formative period of Indonesian independence and surfacing of outstanding leaders, political intellectuals, such as Muhammad NATSIR, that we are having this discourse today. So I think it is, of course, very timely, and I believe we have a companion of scholars. I see Kamal Hassan here, Pak Yusuf Kala, and a number of others who have actually real direct experience knowing Bapak Muhammad NATSIR and also studying him. And some, of course, followed his journey directly into politics and in Dewan Da'wah Islamiyah Indonesia. I am fortunate because as a young man and a student at University of Malaya, had the opportunity to attend some conferences, and leaders of HMI those days, the Muslim Students Organization Indonesia, brought me to see as early as 1969, 70, 71, just post confrontasi. You know, in the history of Malaysia, Indonesia, there was a period under Sukarno where he declared virtual war, confrontation against Malaysia. And shortly after that, then we were sent initially as students to meet the radical students of Indonesia. And it's interesting, I was brought to see Marhum Muhammad NATSIR by Fahmi Idris and Eki Shahrudin, I remember very well. Of course, I was thrilled by this personality. Former Prime Minister, a great intellectual, a very known and popular leader who has been in prison and virtually has no position, but you can see stream of supporters who express their devotion and love and affection because of his ideas. And the simplicity of his surroundings, not much deliberated many places, including the recent account. I mean, there are hundreds of books with me here about NATSIR, particularly in Indonesia. I must congratulate our scholars in Indonesia who have written, so many accounts on NATSIR, and 100 years of NATSIR, and a great one, a good one by Luqman Hakim too. So I think I'm not here to compete, except to share some experience of mine, particularly in the realm of ideas and thought, because he's a multifaceted Renaissance man in many ways, He writes prophetically in a very prolific manner in the initial Capital Selector, and this is of course a reprint. Interesting enough, I have the original print by Van Hoof of Holland at that time. Let me summarize using the latest account by Audrey Kahin, the wife of the famous Kahin, when she managed to bring up the reformist ideals of NATSIR, consistent from the 30s when he wrote for Pembela Islam and republished under Capital Selector, which I will of course deal with because this is where the initial ideas being formed and formulated by NATSIR. But he was always very strong in his faith and moral values, his adherence to Islam and Islamic ideals, his interpretation of the Quran and the Sunnah Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, understanding, and a great dying from the beginning. And you know, in the 30s, he was already involved initially with E. Hassan, but what's important is his debate, very known literary discourse in Pembela Islam, debating on nationalism, on modern Turkey under Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, on the ideas of some modernists in Egypt, like Sheikh Abdul Razak in Al-Islam wal Usul Hukum, about Islam and nation state, which is totally different. I'm not going to enter to that, but to suggest that this has gone through when he was in his 20s, at a very young age, writing prolifically on Islam and modernity, and the need to deepen our understanding from the set of rituals to the relevance of Islam in society and in the nation. I must again commend Professor Diliano, who summarized some of these brilliantly in his modernist Muslim movement of Indonesia, Gerakan Modern Islam Indonesia 1900-1942. Well, you see, I'm getting excited because I love him. This is one of the great, outstanding contemporary leaders that have influenced me personally and Abim when I led. You know, and there was a time when we had great movements in the Middle East, like the Ikhwan or Jamaat Islami. And whilst we benefited immensely from their experiences, I thought from my limited experience and the work in Abim, we were much more influenced by the direction of Indonesia or Indonesian Islam under Masyumi or Muhammad NATSIR. Is more inclusive, is accommodate the interests of Islam and Muslims, 90%, but then always take into consideration to try and appreciate, understand, tolerate, include the sentiments of the Hindus, the Buddhists, and the Christians from the very beginning. Very entrenched in cultural sentiments and values. It is Islam, but not dogmatic nationalist, but very nationalistic in the more liberal context, promoting the language, the literature, and that is something which I consider exceptionalism of Muhammad NATSIR as an intellectual, a public intellectual, and political leader. Now, the philosopher thinker from France, Roger Garaudi, once said that we show interest and affection for the great leaders it is not enough to bury the ashes of the dead, but to rekindle its flame. That's why, Manzoor Alam Saab, it is commendable that your team with Ibn Khaldun University and MIT takes the trouble. I mean, it's odd for India to talk about NATSIR. I mean, it is something refreshing, you see. And I think it is not usual, you know. And I think it shows your foresight and understanding and appreciating the contribution of all our brothers throughout the world. Now, you know, what strikes me, and this I've said before in some of our earlier seminars, you know, in his Capital Selector, which of course was a text in our days, and his Fiqh al-Da'wah, which we republished. Interesting that Abim, those days, republished many of his works, and which I think referred to in this book when I mentioned that NATSIR, when talking about development, you see, you must not talk about progress and development and at the same time destroy. What you develop, institutions, buildings, structures, industries. What you destroy, morality, there's oppression of workers, there is complete neglect, in the sense to allow for grinding poverty and gross inequality, to use this more popular parlance of today. But he thought of it long before this became narrative in intellectual circles as we observe at present. Now, I wanted to quote Kahin because there is a time when there was, when NATSIR was involved in this petition of 50 leaders and scholars, and therefore he was barred, he was completely not only marginalized, but denied any opportunity to serve as a normal citizen in Indonesia. But his consistent message from the 30s to the 80s, when he criticized Muslim societies, including Indonesia, where its upper strata as we have become grossly materialistic, selfish, and shorn of social conscience, with this development being accompanied by a widening gap between the rich and the poor. This was originally from George Kahin in memoriam of Muhammad NATSIR, and here referred to by Audrey Kahin, Islam, Nationalism and Democracy, a political biography of Muhammad NATSIR, quite a recent publication. I think it's about 2012. Now, I mentioned earlier an example, a striking example, other than the debate on nationalism, Asabiyah, what is allowed, what is disallowed, which was debated in the 30s and sometimes until the present, causing confusion among our intellectuals. And this obsession or admiration for so-called modern Turkey at the expense of their identity and their Islamicity. This was also debated in the 30s. And it's interesting enough, this was between Sukarno, who was enchanted by modern Turkey, and NATSIR, who actually cautioned against this adulation without looking at the substance. So in terms of the realm of ideas, I would refer to a name which is, well, I should say unheard of in this region, or in Asia for that matter. NATSIR in Capital Selector suddenly introduced a name, a Belgian historian, Henry Pirenne. Now, nobody talks about it. There was no reference. I asked a lot of many scholars of historiography just whether they made references. Hardly any. Now, of course, at length he quoted and debated on Snook Hugronje, who wrote the 2 volumes, The Achenes and Mecca, in the later part of the 19th century, which was a thesis on the Dutch, that prompted later the Dutch ethical policy to secularize Indonesia. And the issue of secularization was discussed in his debate with Sukarno, and Hugronje came to mind. But then he introduced the name Henry Pirenne. It's interesting, when I was in Washington, D.C., I made sure that our brother Jamal Bazanji ordered as many books as possible by Henry Pirenne, which is not known among the intellectual circles in Washington, Muhammad and Chalaman, and A History of Europe. Now, what is the Pirenne thesis? The Pirenne thesis states somewhat clearly that the point of departure between the old culture of civilization and the new modern civilization must be in terms of values and ideas, modernity. And that is why in this book, Muhammad and Chalaman shows proof, sent a very fundamental message about the critical date or time where we can determine the state, the new modern state of affairs. Only with Muhammad, in this battle, Islam and Chalaman at that time, Charles Martel and Chalaman then, only with the advent of Islam, Europe understands modernity. And this was actually, in terms of history and understanding of society, is a tour de force. Now, 10 years later, no, probably 30 years later, our great sociologist, scholar, thinker, Hossein Al-Attas, who's very known for his works like Myth of the Lazy Native and also Intellectuals Living Societies, in his paper to the Conference of Asian Historians in 1960, mentioned this Henry Pirenne. Okay? And as you know, Hussein was associated with NATSIR in Bogor or Bandung in their constituency debate on the constitution for before the independence of Indonesia. And he said, modern Malaysia must not be seen by or determined by the printing or advent of the British, but advent of ideas. And finally, in 71, his brother, Professor Naqib Al-Attas, also one of my sheikhs, then wrote Islam in the History of Malay Culture and Society, where he made reference again to the Pirenne thesis. You can imagine. This was the beginning was in Capita Selecta, okay, where he wrote in the 1930s. And it became a tour de force in the entire study of Islam and Malay Indonesian society in the 60s and the 70s. And these two texts still become quite pillars in terms of intellectual advancement. So it's very interesting here to see the relevance of his ideas and thinking. Of course, he elaborates about Islam in his role as in Dewan Da'wah, for example. It's clear the understanding of Islam, the faith, moral values, anti-corruption drive. He got into lots of trouble because of his strong disagreement about against corruption. So when we talk about NATSIR, to my mind, I think we need to talk about or focus on his ideas for societal reform, for the understanding of history and society and the need for Islah in our society. When he talks about development, he talks about progress, he talks about education, or issues of governance. This central pillar of Islam and ethics, anti-corruption, and inclusivity. Of course, here in Malaysia, where we felt it is more pressing because the nature that Muslims come to about 60%. Now, here was a country that he represents 90% Muslims, but he made it very clear, the clarion call to be in the cause of humanity, in the cause of freedom, and very strong Democrat. And I should say that in modern and contemporary society, he was a great Muslim Democrat, I must say. That I think I would end at that, because that happens to be, this subject happens to be my focus, or I probably follow. My Indonesian friends know that any book, any article published on Indonesian Islam or NATSIR, that I make sure that it's available on my desk. And here in our society, there was a big event in commemoration of his 100 years of NATSIR. His books are being published. Some, other than what I said about Indonesia, some of the works are of course published here. Too many of them, but I want just to show that mainly ABIM and the universities here have taken lots of interest in this study, understanding of this great Indonesian and a great Muslim. I must again thank you very much for this opportunity. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Datu Shari Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, former Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. I believe that with the very, authenticated references, he presented the great personality of Dr. Mohammad NATSIR in its right context as the leader of his times and for future. And he was understanding the challenges, and he was knowing what to give and what was the future. So he was a thorough Democrat, he was a reformist, he was an intellectual, understanding things, he could stand for right things, he could be meeting challenges with confidence, and he wanted that there should be straightforwardness in approach, and that's how he could be even believing, a very great believer of his faith. He was at heart accommodative, he was secular, and he was a link between the past and the present while maintaining the values. I think these are the features of a very great personality, and that was definitely manifested by Dr. Mohammad NATSIR in his times, in his life, and that's what was being said by our very beloved leader across the borders, Dr. Anwar Ibrahim Sahab. Now I'm going back to Mr. Ahmed Fauzi NATSIR, the son of Dr. Mohammad NATSIR, that if you have joined, please present the profile of Dr. Mohammad NATSIR. Mr. Ahmed Fauzi NATSIR, over to you, please.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the committee of the International Conference on Personality and Contribution of Dr. Mohammad NATSIR as a national and international thought leader in the 20th century. In this conference, we are allowed to share our view on our father, Mohammad NATSIR. Our 6 siblings, 3 of us are currently alive, namely Mrs. Hasna Faiza, Mrs. Aisyah Tul Asriah, and myself. Ahmad Fauzi NATSIR. When our father Abba, ABA, Abba was family life. When Abba was alive, he life get so powerful and helping us and find right path in our life because it coupled with the light of our Umi, our mother, Nur Nahar, which her name means the light of the day. Why was that? Because in the journey of life, Abba and Umi were always together, whether it's difficulty or happiness. How did Abba educate his children? He never forced his will on his children, especially in our choice of education. He would remind us to choose our type of education, which must be according to our hearts and abilities. Even when detained by Sukarno regime many years ago, Abba concern for our education never stopped. That concern is still the most precious thing in our life. Abba was really scolded, slapped at his children. Nevertheless, he would reprimand us if our actions were not pleasing to him. On the other hand, to deepen our religious knowledge, Abba invited a religion teacher to teach us from when we were in elementary school to high school. That the religious education never stopped in the forest during the PRI or government revolutionary Republic Indonesia struggle. Even though there was no religion teacher, because Abba immediately stepped into the educated us with the help of his staff. Abba taught us to be democratic, but not assertive, but out of control. Indeed, Abba is the type of person who has a far-reaching vision and always takes a lot of consideration before taking action. Abba's democratic attitude was evident when we were arguing about anything at a dinner table. He likes to smile when watching our debate. This democratic attitude affects the way we think about how to face all challenges of life. In politics, Abba never asked or encouraged us to follow any political party, even his party.
Indonesia से बोल रहे हैं
Abba attitude was because he knows our trade clearly when he were involved in his struggle. In later time, when his three of us became civil servants, Abba wisely said, fight there and keep our good name. You are very grateful for being educated by him, how to live in society, regardless social level or classes. The attitude is the Islamic way of life that we got from Abba and Umi. Moreover, living simply during those years made it easy for us to interact with people on a different social level. It's a wonder that since childhood, we must always treat it household assistant, driver, or other parts of our family. Abba always reminds us, be smart to be grateful for your blessings, and also advise always to maintain relationship with the close family and relative Abba and Umi. This message we always hold dear in our lives. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Jazakallah, Mr. Ahmad Fazi Nasir, for presenting the profile of Dr. Muhammad Nasir. It was good to know many things about his personality, and we are grateful to you for giving us time in this profile to this conference. We are grateful to you.
Belum.
Make more contributions. Now we're going to request His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Kalla, former Vice President of Republic of Indonesia,
But he's gone in.
to speak, but he is attending a funeral, and that's how we will take him later whenever he is able to join. But at the same time, let us hear the words of wisdom from Dr.
Berubah.
And he is the chairman of the House Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation, the House of Representative of the Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Fazli.
Good morning. Nah, ini hidupin dulu.
Udah matiin.
We cannot see the video.
Jangan kesini ke jendela.
Sorry, we cannot see the video.
Bocor namanya.
University KHALDUN and International Institute of Islamic Thought, USA, for the invitation. It is an honor for me to join this important conference to promote academic endeavors of understanding personalities, opinions, and cultures across the globe. In this opportunity, I would like to share my views about Islam, democracy, and
We cannot see the video actually.
It's all silent. Dr. Sahab, what is happening? It's all silent.
Hello, Professor Wani, we cannot hear you.
Now, yes, it is audible.
Professor M. Kamal Hassan, former rector, International Islamic University, Malaysia, is here with us, and he will present the keynote address for the conference. He has been a scholar known for decades now, and we are happy to have him with the Institute of Objective Studies as well. I request him that kindly present the keynote address for the conference. Over to Professor M. Kamal Hassan, former rector, International Islamic University, Malaysia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم
بسم الله
السلام.
الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. والصلاة
Professor Kamal Hassan, you mute your microphone.
He is
muted.
I'm mute?
No.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, now, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-anbiya wal-mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-'aliyyil 'azim. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for it is by His grace and mercy that I'm able to join this important international conference on our dear father, Dr. Muhammad NATSIR. I'm very honored and privileged to be invited to present a keynote address. I am very honored to also be speaking after Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, who knew him very well and could give you many information about Bapak Muhammad NATSIR. But I'm very privileged to be able to share some of my impressions about Bapak NATSIR. The title of my paper is, I think Dr. Zaman Khan is having problems, so please help him. Glimpses of political, intellectual, and religious thought and contribution of Bapak Muhammad NATSIR, an extraordinary Muslim leader of the 20th century. Indonesia, at that time known as Netherlands East Indies before independence, has produced one of the greatest Muslim political leaders, statesmen, thinkers, intellectuals, and propagators of 20th century Islam in the extraordinary personality of Muhammad NATSIR, who was born in 1908 and passed away al-marhum in 1993. Fondly addressed in Indonesia as Pak NATSIR by Muslims and non-Muslims alike, he became the most prominent leader of Islamic politics after the Second World War and became the first prime minister of a united post-revolutionary Indonesia in August 1950. By 1949, he was the head of the Islamic Party called Masyumi, which brought together several Islamic political parties under one umbrella. A Western-educated intellectual with strong Islamic foundation, Muhammad NATSIR rose rapidly to the top of political prominence within a short revolutionary period. In the 1930s, NATSIR became a leading Islamic polemicist who criticized not only Western misconceptions on Islam, but also the domestic propagation of secular nationalism, whose greatest protagonist at that time was Insinyur Sukarno, when he was a young nationalist intellectual, and later when he became the first president of the Republic of Indonesia. There was no doubt that Muhammad Nasir was an exceptionally intelligent, knowledgeable, wise, and compassionate Muslim leader, not only in politics and international relations, but also in Islamic thought, Islamic education, inter-religious dialogue, national and community development, and Islamic propagation or da'wah. He was loved by the people as well as by his colleagues, and highly respected by friends and foes alike. He was considered as among the last of the religio-political giants in Muslim Southeast Asia, and was much sought after by the Muslim intelligentsia and Islamic youth leaders in the region, and particularly in Indonesia, in Malaysia. And earlier we heard from Datuk Sri Anwar how he used to visit Bapak in the early 70s, and was very much impressed by him, and he said that he has been very much influenced by the thoughts and the personality of Bapak Nasir. I'd just like to mention that I also had the opportunity and also the honor to have met him in his house together with Bapak Muhammad Siddiq, who brought me to the house of Pak Nasir in 1973. And then again in 1993, just a few months before Al-Marhum passed away, Datuk Sri Anwar and myself visited him at the hospital here in Jakarta. Alhamdulillah, at least we could meet our great father at the hospital in 1993. Now, just I'll go into some of the facets of his thoughts and contributions. And I hope, Dr. Moderator, you let me know 5 minutes before I'm supposed to end, okay? Because I have 17 pages or 16 pages.
Okay, sir.
So please be firm with your timekeeping. I will abide by your commandments. As a highly regarded political leader, Islamic thinker, and activist intellectual, his influence was far greater than any other thinkers of Islam or contemporaries of his time. His close friend and contemporary called Hamka, or Haji Abdul Malik Karim Amrullah, 1908-1975, was another famous Islamic religious scholar and propagator of Islam in the Malay-Indonesian world. But if Hamka was the most well-known ulama intellectual of his time, then Pak Muhammad Nasir was undoubtedly the intellectual ulama par excellence of most post-intelligent, post-independence Indonesia, because the former was educated only in Islamic religious sciences through Arabic, while the latter was formally educated in the secular Dutch-oriented educational system and knew very well the Dutch, German, English, French, Latin, and Arabic. A fantastic achievement for a person at that time. Even now, I don't think it's easy for people to have that kind of linguistic brilliance and coverage. While he also had profound knowledge of the religion and civilization of Islam, which he acquired from Islamic religious institutions and private Muslim organizations. Now, I'm going to quote what George Kahin wrote, and earlier we had Datuk Sri Anwar referring to Audrey Kahin in her latest biography of Pak Nasir. And this quotation, I have been quoting this because this really highlighted the essence of the personality of not his thought, but the personality. And this is what George Kahin said when he met Pak Nasir, when Pak Nasir at that time was a minister of information. He said that here, this is what I'm quoting from his book. Last of the giants among Indonesia's nationalist, and revolutionary political leaders, he, that is Muhammad Nasir, undoubtedly had more influence on the course of Islamic thought and politics in post-war Indonesia than any of his contemporaries. By nature, this is a personality, by nature extraordinarily modest and unpretentious, he had a well-deserved reputation for personal integrity and political probity. He always lived simply and with respect to house and attire. I think you will read later on, he was so poor that he had to live in some of his colleagues' homes in the struggle, in the political struggle. And then he says, even in 1950 as prime minister, when I first met him in 1948, this is what Kahin said, and he was the Republic's Minister of Information, I found a man in what was surely the most mended shirt of any official in Yogyakarta. That was his only shirt. Most mended, in other words, he had one shirt and then, it was torn here and then and mended it. And this was worn by a Minister of Information at that time. And I think his officers later on decided to go and buy a shirt and gave him another shirt. As a young Muslim student leader of the Young Islamiten Bond, or Union of Young Muslims of Bandung, and a teacher in the city, Nasir began writing on the subject of Islam in 1929 and 1935, particularly in the magazine Pembela Islam, associated with Ahmad Hassan, a rather hardliner, religious leader of a reformist organization called Persatuan Islam Persis, to which Nasir aligned himself in those days. His grounding in the knowledge of Al-Quran, Sunnah, and Arabic was deepened by his study of classical as well as contemporary exegesis of the Quran. So he was able to go back to Al-Tabari and so on, Zamakhshari and Ibn Kathir, and later even, that is Fi Zilal al-Quran, and also his Tafsir al-Furqan by his teacher at that time, Ahmad Hassan. Now, he has authored approximately 45 books, monographs, and hundreds of articles in various magazines and journals. And this is something that was not mentioned by Datuk Sri Anwar earlier. When Pak Nasir read what the influential Dutch Orientalist Snoek Hogrunje wrote, namely la solution de la question islamique dépend de l'adhésion des indigènes à notre civilisation. That is, the civilization to the Islamic problem in Indonesia hinges upon the adherence of the indigenous people to our, that is, Western civilization through secular Western education. So Pak Nasir became very much motivated to establish Islamic educational institutions in order to counter the negative effects of secular education introduced in Indonesia by the Dutch. So he was regarded as a perfectionist and philosophical teacher, guru yang perfectionist, philosophist. He was very concerned with the negative effects of secular education, bearing in mind what Snoek Hogrunje advised to the Dutch government at that time. And this is what Snoek Hogrunje says. This is also in the book, in Capita Selecta, is Western education and learning will be able to liberate Muslim people from the grip of Islam. Now, realizing the negative social and political consequences of the educational and cultural dichotomy of traditionalist and conservative religious education on the one hand, and that of modern secular education on the Muslim community on the other hand, NATSIR felt the need to work towards the integration or unification of the two opposing systems so that eventually there would emerge the ulama intellectual and the intellectual ulama ideal types in Indonesian society. Hence, Pak Nasir expressed as early as 1938 the necessity of establishing a higher Islamic college, or what was called Sekolah Tinggi Islam or Universitas Islam in Indonesia. And then he also formed the Association of Muslim Higher Institutions of Learning, Perikatan Perguruan-Perguruan Muslim in Indonesia, with the acronym PERMUSI. The Higher Islamic College was founded in Jakarta in 1945 and was moved to Yogyakarta in 1946. Pak Siddiq knows this very well, and he was the one who shared this information with me more than a decade ago. By 1947, it became the Islamic University of Indonesia, Universitas Islam Indonesia, the first private Islamic university in Indonesia, and as a leading public intellectual, Muhammad Natsir's academic writings not only focus on educational issues, they touch on various social, political, economic, religious, and cultural issues of the time, but in each of them, he would introduce Islamic perspectives. Education in Natsir's intellectual discourse is a process of holistic, spiritual, physical development, which he says, yang menuju kepada kesempurnaan dan lengkapnya sifat-sifat kemanusiaan dengan arti yang sesungguhnya, which leads to the perfect formation and complete development of human qualities in its fullest sense. He explained that the aim of integrated education was none other than to actualize the life of ubudiyah, the life of servitude to Allah, as ordained by Allah in Surah Al-Dhariyat, verse 56. He reiterated that in the worldview of the Quran, it was the knowledgeable scholars who were the truly God-fearing servants of Allah. In 1938, Natsir joined an Islamic political party and became the leader of the Bandung branch until the Second World War. But after that, he joined Masyumi, which was Masyumi is acronym of Majlis Syura Muslimin Indonesia, or Consultative Council of Indonesian Muslims, and later on he became the leader of Masyumi. And after the war, Masyumi became the most powerful political force and also the voice of Islamic nationalism and patriotism, and also moderation, as opposed to the two contending ideologies of that time of secular nationalism and communism.
Okay, please take another 5 minutes.
Okay, good. Okay, now I will try to skip that. Let me go to okay, I'll skip the polemic between him and Sukarno, because I think Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim also alluded to that earlier, but this is well known, so I'll skip that. I'll just go more to the da'wah content, because Datuk Sri Anwar mentioned that Abim used the book Fiqh Da'wah as one of the texts, and I think it is still very, very relevant to da'wah today. What was said by Pak Natsir in 1967, 68 is still very, very relevant today and still very deep. So I just want to go to that. But once my time is up, you let me know, I will stop immediately. As a prominent Muslim leader of the Muslim Ummah, Natsir's exceptional intellectual, ethical, and spiritual qualities have impressed his close associates as well as the masses. Then I quoted here from his good friend, Bapak Muhammad Rom, but I will skip that because there's no time. Then he also referred to the problem of pluralism at that time. And now, of course, pluralism is a big issue. Religious pluralism is a big issue in Indonesia and also to a certain extent in Malaysia. But Pak Natsir already cautioned not to do what he says, agama gado-gado. You know, they're just mixing together all the good aspects of Islam, the good aspects of Hinduism, the good aspect of Buddhism, put them together and then present a new religion, but agama gado-gado. And so he was against that. And then Yeah, I would say the advent of the new order. The new order, as you know, came after the collapse of Sukarno's regime, and that was led by President Suharto. But unfortunately, after the new order took over in 1966, Pak Nasir and Masyumi were not allowed to be active. They were prevented from active political activities. In fact, Islamic political activism was very much curtailed by the army. That is, I mentioned this, and I will now go to his da'wah. Pak Nasir was known and admired not only for his broad religious knowledge, but also his understanding and wisdom about da'wah in a pluralistic society like Indonesia. And in the first essay in that book, he talked about how divine revelation actually guides the fitrah of human beings to be able to know itself, know God, and then serve God in the proper way. And Pak Nasir spent a lot of time on that. Now I come to the, we have 1 more minute. Can I go to the conclusion now? Okay, I go to the conclusion. That 1.5 minutes, I hope you don't mind. Pak Nasir, this is my conclusion. Pak Nasir was fortunate to witness the collapse of the new order, which had delayed the rebirth of democracy and the spread of reformist Islamic democratic ethics. You know, but the new order was brought down by many of his former students and disciples in the reformist movement. The growth of extremists, then Indonesia witnessed the growth of Islamic or Muslim extremism on the one hand, and then the development of pluralism and also liberalism on the other hand. And I'm coming to the last page now, Doctor. Last page, please. In order to avoid falling into the traps of either this what is called ifrat, this excessiveness, rigidity, immoderation, extremism, that is ifrat, and on the one hand, and tafrit on the other hand, laxity, negligence, liberality. In the 21st century, we're talking about 21st century now, it's crucial and urgent that the younger generation of Muslims learn from the past great leaders of the Ummah in Indonesia, such as Pak Nasir and also Buya Hamka and other exemplaries of the exponents of the Wasatiyah, Rahmaniyah, Insaniyah, and also Al-Hanafiyah, As-Samha, nature of tolerant and magnanimous characteristics of Islam, whereby Muslims live in peace, harmony, and mutual respect with non-Muslim communities without compromising the fundamental principles of Abrahamic faith. This is the last one now, last paragraph. Pak Nasir had spent his whole life in a long, peaceful religio-political struggle, which encompassed the whole dimensions of Islam as a spiritual meeting between God as such and servants of God as such, between Allah as the Khaliq and the Ibadullah as such, as a religion of fitrah and as a universal, holistic, and virtuous civilization, because Islam is not just a religion, but a complete civilization. And Buya Nasir quoted the views of some Orientalists at that time. H.A.R. Gibb, I think it was who said that. So in today's world, it would be difficult to find a Muslim religio-political leader who possesses intellectual brilliance with profound knowledge of Western and Islamic civilizations, political wisdom with ethics and probity, moral integrity of a high order, exceptional simplicity and humility, which Kahin had observed, and this is of course my my humble addition that he was also a personality with qalb salim, the sound spiritual heart, because as you know in that verse, Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam, يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. I believe Pak Nasir returned to Allah بقلب سليم. But Pak Nasir had bequeathed, and this is my last sentence, Pak Nasir had bequeathed to the younger generation of Muslims in Indonesia and also in Malaysia and the Malay-Indonesian world his invaluable intellectual ethical legacy, which is still relevant, still very much relevant to the pluralistic, multi-religious and cosmopolitan Indonesian and Malaysian societies, and therefore should continue to be a major source of historical knowledge, intellectual inspiration, and religious motivation for them to work humbly in his blessed footsteps. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallah, Professor M. We know you are a great scholar and reputed. I am tempted to make comments on your comprehensive keynote address, but we don't have that much time. I would say that you have really done great justice with the theme, and you have presented a very good keynote address, and it has set the tune for the conference for 2 days, different aspects of the life of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, the times where he was living, and then his responses to youth and to the people of the world, to people of Indonesia, his simplicity. I think all the aspects have been given some kind of treatment in your keynote address. And now we are having with us His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Kalla. He is a former Vice President of Republic of Indonesia. Earlier he was in some social gathering. We welcome him to the conference now, and he is giving us some words of wisdom. And I believe that he will, address us with something which he is supposed to because of his position, and at the same time he will be enlightening us. But definitely within the time, because we have few more speakers. Dr. Yusuf Kalla, over to you. Please. Please unmute yourself. You are mute. आप कर दीजिए अगर कर सकते. Somebody is helping him.
Okay.
Yeah, now you are audible.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain. Chairman, I'm so sorry I'm late because I just visit the funeral of my friend. That's why I now in the car to back home. Yes, the many speaker honest to talking about Dr. Muhammad Nasir. He is one of Indonesian Muslim leaders as who have very variety of his leadership. He's intellectual. I think Professor before has explained how intellectual Dr. Nasir. He writes many books, he has many speech, and he is one thing very important. He is only in high school, but Dutch high schools, but coming with the self-study about Islam, and of course with a mentor of Dr. Hasan, Dr. Chokro Abinoto, Dr. Agus Salim, his mentor of his intellectual is from there. Intellectually, one thing very important for seeing that looking Islam was satya, but Islam is ideology. Is one thing that very important is mission, visions in Islam, and intellectually. All knows that he is chairman of Mashumi. Mashumi is one party that's mostly Islamic organization joined together to establish a Mashumi. With his leadership, Mashumi is one of the biggest party at that time in 15s. Besides intellectual, he is heroes, because when Independence Day, he's one of the, including of the Dr. Muhammad Nazir. That's why, and of course, he's politician because he is chairman of Mashumi, with holds this opinion that mostly Islam is ideology for the countries. It is one opposition of Dr. Muhammad Nazir, and of course he's ulama. You all know where ulama, and after the last year of his activities is da'i, which da'i and establish a Dewan Dakwah in Indonesia, very important thing, and statement. This is a combination of the many profiles of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, and that's why until now on, it will be usually Indonesian peoples remember what Dr. Muhammad Nasir doing for the country. What main thought of Dr. Nasir I explained with Professor just before, and his opinions usually good after his non-active politicians. He is international well known. He is one member of all Muslim Congress, Muktamar Alam Islami, and Rabita Alam Islami. One organization that he's joining together. That's why he's very close with the intellectual from many countries in the world, because he is now. And one, the idea of Dr. Muhammad Nazir, when he is in the party, he say that da'wah through politics. But after he actively in the da'wah organization and politics with da'wah. This is one thing that he usually think about da'wah by always politics, but politics by da'wah. This is one very important thing for Dr. Muhammad Nazir, and we hope that young generation in Indonesia, of course, following what objectively, of course, one country. In politics, he is very remember of the people when Indonesian state countries following federal country in 15 in federal, but with his move in the parliaments and changes from federal country to united countries, unity Indonesian countries. This is one thing that he's remembering of the peoples. He's thinking about that. But Indonesia should be one country, unity of Indonesia, not federal. That's in politics. And that's why if you we're talking about Dr. Nazir, it is one politician, intellectuals, academically, and ulama, and many things. That's why thank you very much for the Institute of Objective Studies, which is discuss about Dr. Nazir. Thank you very much for this possibility. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. I think it was a very great narration from your side, Dr. Yusuf Kalla. We appreciate your joining us and on this great occasion. And now we are having with us again Dr. Fazle Zoon, Chairman of the House Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation, the House Representative of the Republic of Indonesia. And he will say a few words. I request Dr. Fazle Zoon, please bless with the conference with few words. Few words of wisdom. Okay, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dr. Muhammad Mansur Alam, Chairman of the Institute of Objective Studies India, and distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry, I'm also on the way because this is my political party anniversary. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon from Jakarta. Yes, peace be upon us all. May I wish you and your family health, safety, and compassion in overcoming the difficult time during this pandemic. And allow me...
Dr. Fazli, we heard your video. Now I think you can give briefly some of the opinions, and that will be quite appreciated. God bless you. Thank you so much. Please.
Hello. Okay. So actually I prepared that because I was not so sure that I can manage my time, doctor. So I sent the video actually, and I heard that the video cannot come out on the screen. But I think I would like to also share a bit view about Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, which I also admire because he's not just an ulama, but also a statesman. And I believe that I already wrote in my paper and study about Muhammad NATSIR. And I hope everyone can also get the paper, my observation on NATSIR's political thought and also his political activities. And Dr. NATSIR, especially, I think it's very important for Indonesia because he's the one who proposed the second proclamation of the United Indonesia, Federated States of Indonesia. And that is a very important stage in Indonesian chronicle of history. And I believe should be remembered that he can be called also as the founding fathers of Indonesia. And I just went to Muntok yesterday in Bangka. It's a new province, Bangka Belitung. And I found also the footsteps of Muhammad NATSIR when he went to see Sukarno and Hatta and other founding fathers there to prepare the diplomatic roundtable conference before the Rum Royan conference. So I think so many things that can be said about Muhammad NATSIR, and I have already mentioned some of that, especially the thought and about Mausi Integral Muhammad NATSIR in my paper, and also in my short remarks in the video. And I hope you can hear that in my video. Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm so sorry, I'm on my way also.
Jazakallah, Dr.
Assalamualaikum.
I think you have a great responsibility. You are the chairman of the House Committee of Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation. Very great assignment you have. We wish you success in that. And we are grateful to you for joining even after we had played your video.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
God bless you again. And now we have with us the chairman of the Institute of Objective Studies, and Dr. Muhammad Mansur Alam. I request him that we want to have some words of appreciation from you. Please come out and appreciate us. Yes, you are there and you are at the back, and but we need your appreciation, and please give some words of appreciation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nasalli ala rasulihil kareem. I will say only 2-3 things. Professor Zadam Khan has given a very good introduction of the Institute of Objective Studies. And we also about the Ibn Khaldun, University of Ibn Khaldun was IIIT. this program on which we are gathering together, that is the personality and contribution of Muhammad Nasir as a national and international thought leaders in the 20th century. This is one of the features and the program of Institute of Objective Studies. The idea behind of this kind of program that at the international level and the national level, let the scholars and the youth especially must know the thought and ideas of those great leaders. If they made a huge contribution, unless they will not be knowing what kind of work has been done, including Dr. Nasir, Muhammad Nasir. We organize for Syrian and many top people. So this is one of the idea. The second of the same, that how to protect heritage of Islam and how to promote those ideas globally. Because the world is very small, that's why we are on the Zoom today and we are talking and having this program as a conference. So that is one of the great things. So one must know, especially the youth, unless they will not be knowing the contribution of those great leaders. And that has to be not only to protect the heritage in that sense, but also to promote through the knowledge, through education, through communication, through collaboration, through cooperation, and hopefully it will be leading, it will be giving a great idea to the youth to take care about Islamic vision for the humanity at large. Because the Quran make it very clear, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have to work from that point of view, how to make the honoring of the progeny of Adam alayhi salam. So this is one of the great things. I have written, I will not ask to read it because we have to save the time. Second thing and the third thing, we request brothers from the Ibn Khaldun University and the Indonesian government and Indonesian Diwan Dawa, that the work of Muhammad Nasir must be translated, all his work must be translated in English, so that we are in India, we are having 18 official languages. So we will also try to translate in Indian languages so that people of this country also should know what kind of the great leaders, including Dr. Muhammad Nasir, who has contributed not only for Indonesia, but globally, internationally. The last thing I will say, this is the beginning. We can plan for the future point of view. Our system is that all the proceedings will be published in collaboration, inshallah, and that proceedings will be also having to have some of the joint programs so that some of the researches can be done in global views of Muhammad Nasir, inshallah. So let me conclude that Institute of Objective Studies has published more than 500 books, research books on the different aspects of life, whether it is a law, constitution, Islamic aspects, etc., economics, etc. So, for point of view, because my throat and eyes also not support, so that's why I will just stop at this moment. Once again, I really appreciate the collaboration, the efforts which have been made by Muhammad Siddiq, and also the brothers from the Ibn Khaldun University. So now we'll not request anyone to read out my talk which I have drafted. That is inshallah, will continue for the future point of view. Jazakumullah khairan wa khairan jaza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah, Dr. Muhammad Manzoor Alam, Chairman, Institute of Objective Studies, for your words of appreciation. I think the suggestion that was great is that Dr. Muhammad Nasir should be translated into English and other languages, and collaboration should be now strengthened between the organizing institutions and other institutions to carry forward the things ahead. And then it was very important that for the future generations, we should carry the thought, and also we should carry the knowledge about the personalities who have been contributing to the world in terms of knowledge, welfare, and like that. Jazakallah. And now I am requesting, we are having with us Dr. Ahmad Totanji. He is Vice President of International Institute of Islamic Thought, USA. We welcome you to the conference. And I think we should have mentioned in the beginning as you were being with us, but I could find it only later on your visibility. I believe that you must be this time awakening at night and then being with us, taking all the trouble. We appreciate it. And over to you, Dr. Ahmad Totanji. Kindly bless us with your concluding remarks for the session as the chairman of the session. Over to you, Dr. Ahmad Totanji.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah thumma alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah alladhi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah. My dear brothers and sisters, you can see from the beginning my voice is in bad shape. That is why I talked to the organizers and I said I'll just say a few words, and then inshallah my son Muhammad will read what experience I had with our great leader while I was doing a lot of work on the student and youth work on worldwide. And alhamdulillah, we achieved a lot. And it was one of the reasons why we were able to do this exceptionally well. People like him who would come and say, we see hope in what you are doing. Please include these things in it. Please do not forget our brothers and sisters in Indonesia to be with you in this. These leaders, they used to see things and what the Ummah needs. And alhamdulillah, you have heard with these wonderful things which have been said about our great leader. I remember first time I met him in Hajj, there was a conference King Faisal had called for. This will be in the paper, you will see it. And I went in 1970 to him there, and every time we were getting from him the experiences he had, and also how to upgrade it when we are using it in our places. I will stop here and I'll say Muhammad, inshallah, my son, will speak. And one point I'll emphasize, I have learned a lot. We had a very, very great brother with him. And when in 1970 I came to Indonesia, he was the chief secretary of our leader. And since then, 50 years, we love him every day a bit more than the day before. And that is Brother Muhammad Siddiq, ex-president of Diwan Da'wah Islamiyah, which was the da'wah which our leader brought to Indonesia and alhamdulillah to the world. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Muhammad Totanji.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. My dear brothers and sisters, or as they say in Indonesia, Saudara, Saudara, Saudari, Saudari, I am delighted to be with you today for this great conference, personality and contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir as a national and international thought leader in the 20th century. I am happy to speak about Dr. Muhammad Nasir and our relationship with him since 1965, when we met for the first time in Mecca al-Mukarramah, as I just mentioned, at the conference for which King Faisal had invited all the outstanding scholars and great personalities of the Muslim world to the Muslim World League. Alhamdulillah, it was a great conference which brought together these Muslim leaders and personalities from all over the world to Mecca al-Mukarramah and opened the door for them to network with each other in such a great event where King Faisal announced the concept of Islamic solidarity, which later became the organization of the Islamic Conference, OIC, which eventually became the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC. Alhamdulillah, the conference was a great success. And one of the highlights of the conference for all the Muslim delegations was the presence of His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Nasir, the first Prime Minister of Indonesia after independence. It was the first time for me to meet Dr. Muhammad Nasir, as well as many of the other delegates. It was the first time for them as well, and to spend some good time with him. I realized that I was with one of the great people of the Ummah. I immediately started taking notes to learn from his great experience. I was the president of the Muslim Students Association, MSA, of the US and Canada, which was established only 2 years before this conference. However, we had made a good impact in the Muslim world and elsewhere, and for the first time, some Muslim youth participated in the conference. Dr. Muhammad Nasir was very happy to hear about the MSA in America, and he had a lot of questions and a wealth of advice for us. When Dr. Muhammad Nasir learned that almost 50%, yes, about half the membership, almost 50% of MSA membership was postgraduate students, masters and PhD, and that they were the cream of the crop. They were the most brilliant Muslim students of the entire Ummah because they came from all over the world. I remember an important sentence from Dr. Muhammad Nasir. He said, "This is the future of Muslims." I repeat again, this is the future of Muslims. And I was very much surprised. He continued, "These bright people will bring the change which we are all waiting for." Now, after so many years, I am seeing some of his statements become a reality, reaffirming his great vision as a leader for the success of the Muslim Ummah, as though he was seeing it coming. Dr. Muhammad Nasir also shared with me some wonderful information about the youth and student movements in Indonesia. The Indonesian students in America were very few. And he said, "Please do not forget Indonesia when you have any conferences and meetings, so that our students and youth leaders can join you as well." Alhamdulillah, a lot of good came out of these meetings. And when we decided in 1969 in America to form an umbrella organization for the Muslim students organizations from all over the world, the International Islamic Federation of Student Organizations, IFSO, was born. I requested from Dr. Muhammad Nasir to give me some advice on what we should be doing in this new organization, IFSO, with 12 branches worldwide. I still remember his smile. He said, "Training programs for your youth students." Secondly, he said, "You should try to publish some of the outstanding books of the great Muslim leaders of our times for the students to become aware of them. He then added, you should translate these books to the languages of as many Muslim countries as possible. He also suggested to have many international Islamic conferences for the Muslim student organizations so that they will know each other and become familiar with each other's way of thinking. I was the first Secretary General of IFSO, and I shared the advice of Dr. Mohammed Nasir in our first executive committee meeting for us to study and make our future plans. The students were thrilled, and they saw the wisdom of this great man. His words shaped the future of the organization for decades to come. In about 7 years, we had Muslim Students Association, MSA, in about 45 to 50 countries. And IFSO became a true worldwide organization, which was also registered in the United Nations. Eventually, the branches became 500. As you are all very familiar, IFSO published about 40 books in the first batch of books that it was working on, and those books were translated to more than 100 languages. I had the opportunity to visit Indonesia in July 1970 and informed Dr. Mohammed Nasir that I was coming to visit Indonesia and to meet your students. Alhamdulillah, I had a few memorable days in this wonderful country during that visit, and I got the idea, why don't we change the Secretary General in IFSO every 2 years, while keeping the past Secretary Generals as members of the executive who passed their experiences to the new board. Alhamdulillah, we were able to elect the second Secretary General, Dr. Hisham Al-Talib, who is currently the president of IIIT as well, from America in 1975. And the third Secretary General was Dr. Imaduddin Abdul Rahim, the president of the Student Organization of Indonesia at that time. This enriched the relationship and facilitated how these student leaders must learn from each other to upgrade the youth activities all over the world. Dr. Mohammed Nasir worked very hard to convince the people of Indonesia to gather together and to work towards getting independence from the Netherlands. When they finally succeeded in getting their independence, with a lot of sacrifice, Dr. Mohammed Nasir became the first Prime Minister of Indonesia after the independence. Dr. Mohammed Nasir was the head of Diwan al-Da'wah al-Islamiyya in Indonesia, which Brother Muhammad Siddiq was holding until about 2 weeks ago. Brother Muhammad Siddiq, and I'm speaking on behalf of my father, I'm reading his speech, is a young man like my father, 30 years plus. So Brother Muhammad Siddiq was the chief secretary of Dr. Nasir the first time I visited them in Indonesia. He held some very important positions in OIC, the Islamic Development Bank, and the United Nations. And Alhamdulillah, he is still very active. Brother Muhammad Siddiq manages the activities of the IIIT in almost all of Indonesia. Brother Muhammad Siddiq completed his 5-year term as the executive chairman of Diwan al-Da'wah al-Islamiyya about 2 weeks ago, and he is currently the vice chairman and of its board of trustees. Diwan al-Da'wah al-Islamiyya has da'wah workers in almost every inhabited island of Indonesia. They are in thousands. And finally, the writings of Dr. Mohammed Nasir became the main source of inspiration and unification for the people of Indonesia to choose Islam until today. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Tatonji, for your presidential address.
It was really very thoughtful and gave a lot many information about your personal relationship with Dr. Muhammad Nasir. You also reminded us about your youth. Your son looks very much like you when you were young, and even I could recall your presence in our many conferences of SIMI in Aligarh, in Bhopal, and other parts of the country. I also used to be very young at that time. So thank you very much for delivering this and reading out your father's address to us. And now it is my pleasant duty to say thanks to all the participants who made this inaugural session of the conference very successful. It was really an international event. I could see that more than 220 people have attended this program from many parts of the world, from India, from Indonesia, Malaysia, USA, and the Middle East. So it was a really truly international conference, and organized also by many institutions. Surely it was initiative of the Institute of Objective Studies of New Delhi, India. But we received cooperation and support, which we acknowledge with sincere thanks. We received support from Dr. Muhammad Siddiq, Diwan Dawa Islamia of Indonesia, and Ibn Khaldun University, Bogor, Indonesia. We appreciate and acknowledge their cooperation and support in organizing this conference very much, with sincere thanks. And we again appreciate that a lot many people have attended this conference from Indonesia, mainly from Ibn Khaldun University and other part of Indonesia. So we appreciate their cooperation and support in making this inaugural session of the conference very successful. I also take this opportunity to thank Professor Zadam Khan, who introduced to our international audience the Institute of Objective Studies, its multi-dimensional activities, the conferences we organize, the lectures we organize, and the academic works we are carrying out. He gave a very good introduction of the Institute of Objective Studies. Then we also thank Dr. Henry Tanjong, Vice Director, Postgraduate School, Ibn Khaldun University, who also introduced his organization as well as welcome the delegates of this international conference, webinar rather, on a very important personality, Dr. Muhammad Nasir. As we all know that this conference is being organized to discuss the personality as well as contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir of Indonesia. And then we thank Mr. Ahmed Fauzi Nasir. He is the son of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, whose contribution and life and personality is being discussed in this seminar. And he gave a brief profile of his father and introduced to us very unknown aspect of his personality, for which we are thankful to him. We also we are very grateful to Dr. Anwar, His Excellency Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, former Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. He spoke at length about the contribution and personality of Dr. Muhammad Nasir. He knew him very well. Actually, he was the one who initially suggested to organize this seminar to discuss and appreciate and acknowledge the great contribution made by a great personality, Dr. Muhammad Nasir of Indonesia. So we thank Dr. Anwar Ibrahim very much for delivering the inaugural address of this conference. Then we had two guest of honors, His Excellency Dr. Joseph Kalla. He is a former Vice President of Republic of Indonesia. He spoke briefly but well on point, and his thoughts were very relevant, and he shed some light on the life and personality of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, for which we are very much grateful to him. We are also grateful to Dr. Fadil Zone. We heard his recorded video, and then he gave in the end a brief address in which he gave us the main points of his message, which was already heard through recorded video. And then we also thank we are really very grateful to Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan, former rector, International Islamic University of Malaysia, and a great professor, really a great scholar in his own right. He spoke at length about the life and personality of Dr. Muhammad Nasir. He covered almost all aspects of his personality and gave a very good account of his contribution to the promotion of democracy, Islam, and society in Malaysia through his lecture, and also through the lecture of Dr. Muhammad Anwar Ibrahim. We could understand the multidimensional contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, mainly in Indonesian politics. And this was really a new idea that instead of establishing an Islamic state, he sought a place for Islam in Indonesian polity through democratic means. So this is a new it was a sort of new discourse for us, for which and that has been highlighted very much by Professor Kamal Hassan Saab, for which we are grateful to him. In the end, I would like to thank Dr. Mandur Anam Saab, Chairman, Institute of Objective Studies. Sadly, he is not feeling well today, and that's why he could not complete his address. And due to the shortage of time, and anyway, that will be available on our website later on. And we also hope to publish the proceedings of the seminar. And in the end, I thank Dr. Ahmad Tudodji Saab. He was also not feeling well, but he spoke a little bit, and then his concluding address, or presidential address, was read out by his son, Muhammad Tudodji. So we are thankful to both father and son for gracing this occasion and reading out the presidential address. With this, we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session of international conference that we have organized to discuss the personality, life, and contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir of Indonesia. Now we will break and gather again here at 1:30, and the link will be the same. And that will be our first technical session that will start at 1:30 p.m. and continue up to 3 p.m. And the topic that the panelists will be discussing in that session is Dr. Nasir's personal life, early days, and emergence as a national leader. That is the topic, and it will be chaired by Professor Muhammad Afzal Wani and Dr. Muhammad Siddiq from Indonesia, Dr. Nirwan Safrin from Ibn Khaldun University, Professor Hasina Ashia from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, Professor M. Fahim Akhtar Nadwi from Maulana Azad University of Hyderabad in India, and Dr. Kamal Ashraf Qasimi, who is assistant professor at Alia University, Kolkata. These are the panelists, and they will be discussing in the Dr. Muhammad Nasir's personality. in the first technical session, starting at 1:30 p.m. According to standard Indian time. Please, it may be noted by the international audience, and that means that what is the time right now here?
1:30. There is a difference of 1 and half hour.
No, time
3 p.m. 3 p.m. Indonesia. 3 p.m.
Right now it is 12 here. It means that almost after 1 hour and 20 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes we will gather here, and so we request the international audience to be with us after 1 hour, again after 1 hour 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much.
The link is open during the break.
The link will be open during the break, so there won't be any problem when you join us again in the first technical session at 1:30 Indian Standard Time. Thank you very much.
Institute of Objective Studies, and we have Professor M. Fahim Akhtar Nadwi. He is Professor and Head Department of Islamic Studies, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, and we have with us Dr. Kamal Ashraf Qasmi. He is Assistant Professor and former HOD, Alia University, Kolkata. So all of them will be making their presentations, and we would like to save some time for questions, and that's how this 1 hour and 30 minutes, if we divide 1 hour in among the 5 speakers, I think they should complete their presentations in 10 to 12 minutes, and then definitely they will get more time when there will be questions and answers. So preferably from 8 to 10 or 12 minutes, and this can be by self-regulation, because in this online mode, we may not be able to, every time give the indication of the time. So I request all the speakers to have a self-regulation. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Siddiq. He is from Indonesia, and he is the Vice Chairman of Board of Trustees, and also he was earlier the Chairman of Diwan Dawa Islamia Indonesia. And over to you, Dr. Muhammad Siddiq. Please make your presentation.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Chairman, first of all, I'd like to thank Institute of Objective Studies for taking up this conference, or organizing this conference. I'm privileged and have the pleasure to know Dr. Manzoor Alam for the last 40 years when he was serving in Riyadh as advisor in the Minister of Finance, and then he went back and established IOS, Institute of Objective Studies, which has been, as we all know now, mashallah, a very success story. I have prepared a paper and I've sent it, but I may not be reading that paper because many things have been said already about it, about Dr. Muhammad Nasir. So I'll try to highlight some of the points that have been mentioned earlier and some of the links maybe and some of the explanation maybe perhaps, inshallah. People like Dr. Sri Anwar Ibrahim, Prof. Kamal Hassan, and also the Vice President, former Vice President Yusuf Kala, and Dr. Fazlon has mentioned a lot about Dr. Muhammad Nasir. Now I think I would like to mention a few things about his childhood. Or also the background of the country. Indonesia, as we know, is a country of 275 million, and it is laid between the two continents of Asia continents and Australia continents, and also between two oceans, which is Pacific Oceans and Indian Ocean south. So it is laid very much exposed. It has 3 time zones from east and west, so it's much as much from the east and west of America. Dr. Nasir was born in a place called Solok. Solok is in the province of West Sumatra, It's a province which has shown, or which has witnessed, fierce fight against the Dutch colonial time in the 1800s, 1821 and 1837 exactly. And also West Sumatra province is also known for many of the scholars who come from Indonesia in regions, as well as statesmen of Indonesia come from the province of West Sumatra, which is also called Minang or Padang. The first Vice President of Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Hatta, was also from Minang, and we have heard all these hours. Besides Dr. NATSIR, also Dr. Hamka and others, they also have come from Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad NATSIR had the privilege when he was small to get education from the Dutch school, which was limited in those days, because his father was a small officer at the at the prisoners department. So that allowed him to go and to join government school. Of course, alhamdulillah, because of his brilliant, and he was also chosen and allowed to go to secondary school, which is for which we have to leave his hometown. He has to go to the capital of the province, Padang. That was from 1923 to 1927. His primary school was HIS, which is Holland's Indische School, was from 1917 to 1923. And then after he finished the secondary school, which is called Mulo in Padang, as I mentioned, in 1927, he was also privileged to have get the chance to go to high school, which is in Bandung, which is the capital of West Java province. He got permission from his parents to go to Bandung, and he had to stay there. And the unique thing of Dr. Muhammad NATSIR is that he, beside going to schools, formal schools in the morning, he used to go and for religious education in the evening, in the afternoon, say, which is called Madrasah Diniyah. And in addition to that, he also used to attend or lectures or go and visit scholars in his hometown, also in Padang and also in Bandung. In Bandung, there was a very prominent scholar, also mentioned by by Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim and also Prof. Kamal Hassan. He had one of the tutors, mentors was Sheikh Ahmad Hassan. Ahmad Hassan is a scholar of Islam, a Puritanist and modernist in attitude, in his fiqh, and he's originally from Gujarat of India. He was a trader, and he also left organizations in Indonesia called Persatuan Islam, Unity of Islam, which has many education activities all over Indonesia now. Sheikh Hassan is very famous ulama. Beside that, also Dr. NATSIR got exposed to teaching of Sheikh Ahmad Surkati from Sudan. He was also one of the reformists and Puritists, you can say Puritans in his approach in da'wah, in fiqh. And also, of course, he got many input from the Indonesian ulamas and leaders like Haji Umar Said Cokro Aminoto. Haji Umar Said Cokro Aminoto in Surabaya was the founder of Syarikat Islam Movement. Syarikat Islam Movement is the beginning, is the initial of the independent of organized independence, movement for independence, first in the area of trade and business, and then in politics as well. Most of the political parties, even the nationalist and communist party also came out from this Syarikat Islam because it was very popular in these days. Dr. Muhammad NATSIR became, at one point, leader of Syarikat Islam. Also during his time in the 20s and 30s in Bandung particularly, and also other big center of learning and center of culture and education like Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Surabaya, and Semarang. There were also dialogue and discussions about what going to be the future of Indonesia, what kind of Indonesia there will be. In those discussions, people like Dr. Manas and his friends like Haji Agus Salim, like Haji a few other people like Sukiman Wiro Sanjoyo, they were trying to promote Islamic social values, Islamic for the governance in politics, in economics and other things. This is what Dr. NATSIR is more knowledgeable compared to his other friends, although they also had this knowledge, because they used to sit with the ulamas I mentioned to earlier as an additional knowledge to what they got from official or formal education. So they, at that time, there was what called Young Java, which is the Indonesian Javanese youth movement. But the leaders of this Young Java were hesitant to accept or to discuss Islamic values. So as a result, Dr. Nas and his friend established Young Islamic Bond or Islamic Youth Union, where they were more free to discuss and something like from Islamic perspective of what kind of Indonesia was going to be. Alhamdulillah, this has played a role in the independence movement of Indonesia. Besides, I can also mention that among the earlier organization in Indonesia was Muhammadiyah movement. Muhammadiyah movement was established in 1912 by Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, and they have very strong in education, in social work. They have hundreds of hospitals, thousands of schools, and hundreds of universities all over Indonesia. They are also modernist, you can say, Puritan organization. And the other major organization of Islam in Indonesia is Nahdlatul Ulama. They have many schools in the rural areas, and they are more somewhat traditions in the sense that they are very strict in their following of fiqh of Shafi'iyah. These are among the major organizations, and there are many organizations which appeared, came out in various parts of Indonesia and various provinces. All of them were for the fight for Indonesian independence. Indonesian independence was obtained in was proclaimed in 1945, 17th of August, when the Japanese, which occupied Indonesia, surrendered because of they were attacked, bombed by the Americans. They were with the Germans in Europe for the Second World War. During that vacuum of power before the Dutch came, Indonesian leaders announced independence. But then the Dutch came again, because they, from the point of view of international law, perhaps, they felt that they had the right to come back to retake Indonesia. So there were 5 years of civil war, not civil war, but a revolution war to gain independence. The Dutch finally gave up, and in 1950, before the Dutch left the country, they left Indonesia with 17 states. So it was like a unitary. It was like a federation. Why the Dutch left that? Because the Dutch wanted to have some access to the states in the provinces. This is one of the tasks. So in 1950, January, when the Dutch left totally, submitted sovereignty over Indonesia, except one of the big major islands in the east, which is Papua, or Irian Barat as it was known at the time. So Dr. Muhammad Nasir, as a leader and a statesman, took the initiative to invite all the states, to persuade all those states to join the Republic of Indonesia, United Republic of Indonesia. The 7 states I mentioned, one of them is a Republic of Indonesia. The other were the states established by the Dutch. The Republic of Indonesia was the state which was established by the freedom fighters, the Mujahideen, that was headed by Sukarno and Dr. Muhammad Hatta and others. But the other states were headed by the former sultans and leaders, which were blessed by the Dutch. Alhamdulillah, which with the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they were willing to join the United Republic of Indonesia, and therefore it was through a resolution in the parliament, through a petition in the parliament, which was a motion in the parliament called Mosi Integral Muhammad NATSIR. So therefore, as we have heard earlier, Dr. Fadli Zon mentioned in 1950, there was second proclamation of independence. That is the first, of course, the Dutch left totally. We had full independence, but that also the independence in a united Republic of Indonesia, which is the form of the country. So this is one of the achievements, alhamdulillah, achieved by Dr. Muhammad Nasir. In the form of education, after when he came to Bandung, from West Sumatra, he came with a mission to study law. Law and to be a lawyer, it was a prestige at that time. But there was some event that made him left this first mission, because what he found out, the oppression of the Dutch, especially of Indonesian farmers, who were forced to grow and cultivate certain products which are needed in Europe, making the people and the farmers are very poor. So there was a miserable life of the people in general, especially the farmers, and this made Dr. Nasir felt that education is very important. And in education, as mentioned earlier by some of the speakers, Dr. Hans from the beginning believed that there's no dichotomy of education in Islam. In other words, between the secular education, which was promoted by the Dutch school or by the government school, also by missionaries at that time was on one side, and the religious school, pure religious schools on the other side. There used to be a sort of dichotomy and looking down upon each other. Dr. Muhammad Nasir tried to bridge this gap, and from the beginning said there's no dichotomy of education in Islam. In other words, what is there is this integration. And he proved this by establishing education system and the foundation called Yayasan Pendidikan Islam, or Yapendis. In Yapendis schools, they teach both subjects, that is general science and also Islamic studies, and in combinations. And this was until 1942, from 1932 to 1942, when the Japanese came and occupied Indonesia. So this, from those days, Dr. Mans already started talking about integration of knowledge, something which is now being promoted and being by International Institute for Islamic Thought, that is integration of knowledge. Dr. Mans had started in those days that much earlier. The other point of importance is the role of Dr. Muhammad Nasir in politics. He was, Masyumi, which was also mentioned earlier, was formed from all the existing Islamic organization. The Nahdlatul Ulama leaders were among the pioneers in establishing Masyumi, then Muhammadiyah, I mentioned earlier, and also Persis, I mentioned, and many other organizations, Islamic organizations, came to join and form an association initially called Majlis Islam A'la Indonesia, or High Islamic, Supreme Islamic Council of Indonesia, and then this became Majlis Shura Muslim Indonesia, which in the election, first election, Masyumi was in the same or equal with the Nationalist Party, Pan National Party. But Dr. Sukarno wanted Masyumi and the National Party to join, to bring in also the Communist Party in the government, which was refused by Masyumi Party, because the communists had also tried to take coup against the governments when we were still fighting the Dutch in 1948. So because of that, the Masyumi was banned in 1960, and the leaders of Masyumi, like Dr. Manas and others, were put in jail, but the given reason because of the security, but actually because the communists was under pressure of the communists. Now, when he was released from jail by the government of the General Suharto, initially there was an effort to rehabilitate the Masyumi Party, but the military government at that time finally didn't allow the chance, and instead Dr. Nasir then, at the same time, as a matter of fact, established Dewan Dakwah Islamiyah Indonesia. Dewan Dakwah Indonesia is a new approach of tabligh, which is emphasizing on social work, social activities, building schools, building hospitals. So not only dawah bil lisan or by talking or tabligh or khutbah, but also dawah with social activities by building hospitals, schools, and things which are now can be seen, alhamdulillah. And also in continuation to the concept of education, which is integrated education mentioned earlier, Dr. Nas, in the early part of Indonesian independence, in the early years of independence, Dr. Nas and his friends established a number of Islamic universities. It was mentioned earlier in Islamic University of Indonesia in Yogyakarta. Initially it was in Jakarta, was moved to Yogyakarta. Then also University Islam Sumatera Utara, North Sumatra Islamic University. Then University Islam Bandung, Unisba. Then University Muslim Indonesia in Makassar. University Islam Riau in Pekanbaru, which is in Sumatra also. Then University Kalimantan, University Sultan Agung, University Islam Jakarta. These are all universities where Dr. Nasir had, they directly and in most of them indirectly and some of them indirectly played a role to establish, because they felt, Dr. Nasir and his friend felt that they should have corps of trained people to welcome and to support the new Indonesian independence. The idea again here was to have integrated knowledge or integrated approach to education, which is joining or combining the two streams of education, the sciences and Islamic education. But this particular aspect remain for some time, could not be implemented. It takes time, it takes funds, it takes institutions, which then later on with the establishment of International Islamic University in Malaysia and in Pakistan was very helpful, because they then produced graduates, among them many Indonesian, who came and make these universities to be more Islamic in terms of the teaching, i.e. to try to integrate the knowledge into not a system of knowledge. So this, of course, there are many other Islamic universities besides, I think I forgot to mention Universitas KHALDUN in Bogor, and there are one also in Jakarta, the same name, but different universities, which also have the same motivation, and also medical college initially become University Yarsi.
Doctor, can you conclude now, because we have other speakers also?
Okay, let me conclude in that case. Dr. Nasir left this legacy of higher educations. Now they are growing by themselves. They are managed by their own education foundation. They're not under one administration, but alhamdulillah, they're contributing. But Dr. Nasir also established, which was mentioned earlier also by Dewan Dakwah Islamiyah Indonesia, which is again, as I like to emphasize, approach of dawah used on basis of social work and humanitarian work. And this has been growing, alhamdulillah. We have Dewan Dakwah. I had the honor to be the chairman for 5 years, from 2015 to 2020. And now I am the chairman, vice chairman of the board of the Dewan Dakwah. It has branches all over the country. It can be said like the third largest organization in Indonesia after Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah. We are contributing like many other organizations in Indonesia in the field of education and dawah, and also social and humanitarian work. I think as time is limited, I think I will end here. Thank you for the opportunity and for giving me this chance. And also once again, thanks to IOS for taking the initiative, and we hope this is a beginning of further cooperation between IOS, in particular in India, and other Indian institutions like Jamia Millia and Aligarh and others, and universities in Indonesia, particularly like the University Ibn Khaldun and others. So we hope there will be a visit by IOS for Indonesia to know what are the possibilities of cooperation and joint cooperation, joint research and everything. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Muhammad Siddiq, we are grateful to you for giving a very fine account that Dr. Muhammad Nasir, he started from home, then in a government school, and then facing all the oddities in life, he emerged as a national leader. We are grateful to you for giving that brilliant account. And we wish that you will continue to remain associated with this conference. And now we are having with us Mr. Nirwan Safreen. He is senior lecturer in Ibn Khaldun University, Indonesia. We welcome you and requesting that since we have another 4 people, resource persons speak, adhering to time, you will give the main points of your presentation, and that will be the best. And then we are publishing also the proceedings, so your full paper will be published. Over to you, Dr. Nirwan Safreen.
طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I would like to extend my 1,000 gratitudes to organizing committee, to Dr. Henry Tanjung, Brother Dr. Fahmi Akhtar, Dr. Muhammad Siddiq and others for organizing this important conference, which I think not many people outside of the country doing this kind of activities. Yeah, so it is for us as Indonesian very much thankful, especially to Institute of Objective Studies, as well as to International Institute of Islamic Thought, the co-organizers, and of course to University of KHALDUN. Before I am proceeding to present this sort of presentation, I just would like to mention that this presentation is prepared by me and Dr. Adian Hussaini, who is the current chairman of Indonesian Dakwah Council, the institution established or formed by the late Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, whose thought now we are discussing. Let me present my slide so that we can focus on what I'm going to present. Actually, some of the issues has been discussed by figures or scholars before me, yeah? Also by the keynote speakers. And I probably just mentioned few of the things which have not been probably covered and touched by speakers before me. Actually, Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, he is a contemporary to other Muslim thinkers and intellectual figures like probably Maududi, yeah, Sheikh Abul Ala al-Maududi, Hassan al-Banna. They are contemporary actually. It is very unfortunate indeed that the contributions and the thought of Dr. Muhammad NATSIR are not yet scholarly explored and widely exposed to the Muslim world. Though the contribution that he has given to the landscape of Muslim intellectual, also in political landscape, it is very wide and profound. So that I think this seminar or conference is timely and very important to expose the ideas and also the practices that Dr. NATSIR has done during his life. Many things has been mentioned about Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, but the thing that seems to have not been mentioned is that about his characters. He is a man that is recognized for his cleverness and smartness, politeness and friendliness. He befriends with anyone, regardless of their ideological as well as religious backgrounds. Although in the parliament he can be involved or engaged in a hot and bitter debate, probably for instance with the communist leaders, but yet he can laugh and drink coffee together with those people. That's why he is very much respected by his rivals, also and also by his friend, of course. He is, as mentioned by Dr. Muhammad Siddiq also, that Pak NATSIR, we used to call him, is very smart and clever. That's why during his schooling, he always got or awarded a scholarship, even after he finished his high school, in which that he studied or he schooled in in the Dutch school. After he finished his study, he was offered actually a scholarship to study abroad. That's in Dutch. That is in Holland, but he refused to accept the scholarship, and instead he opted to be actively involved in political life, because he is of belief that being involved in political practices, he is very sure that he can empower the ummah. He can bring up the ummah. He can uplift the life of the ummah. That's why during his youth, he was already involved in many political activities, and he was one of the initiators of what they call it as Young Islamitian Bond, that is a Muslim youth organization that tries to unify national movement for Indonesian independence. And Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, he is very well known for his political activities, as well as for his da'wah activities. And he, after he, let's say, relinquished from the political activities, then he was involved in da'wah. He established what we used to call as Dewan Da'wah. That's why he is only sometimes known as the politician and da'i. Rarely people come to identify him as an educationist or educational thinker. And this is despite of the fact that his ideas and involvement in this field is significantly important and profound. In fact, as mentioned also by Dr. Muhammad Siddiq earlier, he is behind the establishment of many educational institutions in Indonesia. And he also helps many students to gain scholarship to study abroad, especially in the Middle East. And his recommendation is highly valued by higher learning institutions in some Muslim countries. Nasir indeed is a man not only of his time, but of a generation that come later. His thinking always ahead his time. Many of his ideas are known to be true only after some time, but even after his death. Yet his ideas, his thought, and the products that he that he created are still relevant to answer some of the problems that we are facing today, like the issue of secularism, for instance, liberalism, which he confronted during that time, now are still relevant for us to get the answer that he before give to the challenge of his time. In 1980s, he initiated establishment of Islamic boarding schools. Yeah, establishment of Islamic boarding school, but this is unique because this Islamic boarding school, we call it as pesantren, they were established around university campuses. And one of these pesantren was established, for instance, in University Ibn Khaldun. We call it Ulil Albab, pesantren Ulil Albab. Interestingly, those who are enrolled into this pesantren are mostly students who study secular sciences. Yeah, before mostly from, for instance, University of Agriculture in Bogor. So they are studied secular sciences, but at the same time in this pesantren, they are given educations or they are given knowledge about Islam. And then it is through this sort of pesantren that a new generation, I can say that a new generation of Muslims, intellectuals, thinkers, generations were born. That later they are the one who moves what I mentioned, I call it as a wave of Islamic resurgence at the 1990s. It is also mentioned that Dr. Muhammad NATSIR is the one who behind the establishment of many Islamic higher education, higher learning institution. Dr. Muhammad Siddiq has mentioned like Indonesia Islamic Universities, one of the oldest Islamic university in Indonesia, Islamic University of Bandung, yeah, we call it UNISBA, University of Indonesian Muslims, Makassar UMI, University of Khaldun, Sultan Agung University, and many others. And what is most important that we can learn from Dr. Nasir is that Muhammad NATSIR is a man of idea and action. This is very important. He is a man of idea and action. He doesn't only have ideas, but he also practices the idea. He teaches people and educates people by examples. We can say that his life, he is an example, exemplifies the ideas that he has in his mind. So he is a teacher in the real sense of the meaning. He is a teacher in a social life, in da'wah life, in political lives, and in many fields that he occupies during his life. He tries to present Islamic norms and values in any position he occupies. His daily life is very simple, as Professor Kamal Hassan already narrated about the story. when Kahin, the author of his biography, mentioned about this. And he is a faithful Democrat, meaning to say that he is very committed to the idea of democracy. Some people say because of his full commitment to democracy, his what do you call this? His tenure as prime minister, or let's say his office does not last for long, because he's very committed to the idea of democracy. So he's a real teacher. He's teaching in the school, and even sometimes he sacrificed anything that he has for the sake of the ummah. That's why he refused what do you call this, to get or to receive the scholarship, simply because that he wants to work for the ummah. Yeah. So Muhammad Nasir is really a man of ideas and a man of thought. And like many other thinkers and activists, Nasir is very worried about the impact of Western education upon Muslim generations. That's why in 1957, perhaps he is the earlier Muslim thinkers and scholars in Indonesia, or perhaps in many Muslim world, who launched a severe scholarly critique. This is a scholarly critique on secularism, yeah, and secularism is the what you call it, the seed or the crux or the root of the problem of Western education. And what is interesting is that he did this critique in Parliament. Yeah, he did it in Parliament, and he wrote the paper and read the paper and launched that critique in the Parliament. And this is the critique. This is why I said the critique that he launched at the time are still relevant for our context today. So Natsir sees that many Muslim students are well versed in secular sciences, but ignorant of Islamic teachings. Moved by this reality, he then push or what call this initiates the idea of integration of knowledge, which is now become a concern of many Muslim scholars and thinkers, as mentioned also by Dr. Muhammad Siddiq. Yeah. So what interesting is that he can talk about this integration because he himself is trained both in Western education as well as in Islamic traditions. So by having these backgrounds, so he can easily talk about either Western education or Islamic education. And he sees, so one of his writings, he states, when I see our schools are empty of religious education, then I intend to establish a modern education with the line, modern education within the line of with religion, or in accordance with the line of religions. So that's why when he was given opportunity to teach in Mulo, Mulo, this is the name Dutch school for secondary schools, he tried to infuse the elements of Islam in his teaching. And again, what is interesting again here for us is that he thought Islam not in Bahasa, but in Dutch language, because he is very well versed in foreign languages, in English, in French, in Latin. Prof. Kamal also mentioned about this, and rarely that we can find now intellectual figure who are well versed with many foreign languages. But Prof. Natsir, Dr. Natsir, he is very well versed in, especially in Dutch language, and even he can communicate his ideas in Dutch language. And final things that important to mention here is that Dr. Nasir sees that the foundation of Islamic education should be Tawheed, which is summarized in the statement of Shahada, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. And he said this is the power, this is the source of power. It is Tawheed that can be a source of power and liberation for human beings. Yeah, so people can have a power and can liberate himself only if it is based on Tawheed, because Tawheed means is a surrender to Allah alone, not to anything. So meaning to say that he does not seek the pleasure of any worldly things other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that he will sacrifice and he will do anything simply because that he is looking for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in one of his speeches, he asked, in his writing, he said, what is supposed to be an aim of Islamic education? And he answered it by saying, our aim of education is to educate our children so that they can meet requirement of life as men summarized by Allah summarized in the words of Allah, وَابْتَغِي فِيمَا آتَاكَ اللَّهُ الدَّارَ الْآخِرَةَ وَلَا تَنْسَ نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. So meaning to say that we educate our children so that they can live in this worldly life, but they also do not forget their what you call their portion in the Islamic in the hereafter. So meaning to say that the life should be balanced. So we prepare our children to be a balanced man. Yeah, that is who can what you call this, who can live in this worldly life, but also at the same time he does not forget his religion. And so that our children, he said, so that our children can fulfill their duties, can fulfill their duties, as a servant of Allah, to attain the level of servant of Allah, the highest level that constitute the end of every human beings. Meaning to say, in other words, we can say the ultimate end of Islamic education should be to produce an excellent servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or we say Abdullah. So if the purpose of education other than this, then there's something that is wrong with our education. That's why we should concentrate to produce our generation who are very worried or very conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, rather than worried about the worldly life. That is that I can present, probably perhaps that can be beneficial for all of us. Then one thing that is very important also, how we can emulate. How can we emulate and also apply his idea?
Now please conclude. Thank
you very much, and shukran, jazakumullah khairan kathiran, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
That was Dr. Nirvan Safrin. I think he gave a very brilliant and clear presentation about Dr. Muhammad Nasir, and he presented him as a very exemplary educationist and ultimately being a very faithful Democrat and a person of sacrifices. And the best of it is the integration of knowledge which he advocated for producing the best of the people in the world who are obeying and obedient to Almighty. So that was a very brilliant presentation. We are grateful to you. Jazakallah for this effort, and it's such presentations which make really the conference a success. You have done a lot.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Nirvan.
You're welcome.
And now we have with us Sister Professor Hasina Hashia. She is a professor of geography and also Assistant Secretary General of IOS. That's the Institute of Objective Studies. I know that by nature she is very meticulous about things, and then also knows that unqualified 15 minutes she can speak and then give time to others. Now over to you, Professor Dr. Hasina Hashia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all Indian participants and also the participants across the Indian borders. It is a great privilege for me to speak on the topic of this great leader of Islamic thought, named Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir. My topic is the life and contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, but I want to consider, because much has been talked about his life and about his other aspects of his life. I want to concentrate on the his concept of statehood, because I have read some of his writings, some of his books, which are on the statehood, I was very much fascinated by his ideas, by his thought process. So I have gone through his writings, his books. Number one, which are on statehood. Capta, selected if it is in 2 volumes, Islam and Free Reasoning, Islam as the foundation of state, Islam as an ideology, Islamic culture in a historic perspective, and another, the unity of religion and state. This book I have read extensively. I came after going through his readings, I came to know that he was a great leader of having a Islamic thought, and Islam was everything for him. I came to know. This is because he realized and believes that the man's existence and activities in this world is none other than the worship of God Almighty. Worshipping God, however, is not limited only to activities like prayer, fasting, Hajj, Zakah, like the basic tenets of Islam, but includes much more than this. Every good deed which is performed for the sake of God can be considered as worship or ibadah. It is only by fulfilling these duties that a believer will lead a correct life in this world and be happy in the next world. Thus he becomes a true worshipper of God. Islam, according to NATSIR, is therefore not merely concerned with the relationship between man and God, but also between man and man, and even between man and his environment and nature. So by saying this, he has given a whole scenario in this. The worship, besides worship, man has should know, he should lead his life with another in his community, in his this physical environment, in the social environment, and also besides worshipping the God, he has given the complete practical way of life. According to him, Islam is indeed much more than a system of theology. It is a complete civilization. This means that Islam deals with all aspects of human life, including economics, education, politics, and other sciences also. Islam is not merely an ideology, but it is also a way of life that should be realized in the real world by applying the Islamic law or Sharia in our daily activities. In order to apply the Sharia fully, Muslims should possess freedom, the freedom to practice the Sharia without feeling frightened and threatened. Freedom also signifies the freedom from exploitation of man by man. In line with this thought, Dr. NATSIR further states, basically Islamic teachings are a revolution, namely the revolution in destroying and fighting against all kinds of exploitation. If they do not have much real freedom, then establishing or having a state becomes a necessity or even an obligation. However, it should be always borne in mind that establishing the state is not an end itself, it is only a means to achieve the Islamic objectives. Emphasizing the essence of the state, Dr. NATSIR remarks, the state affairs essentially and basically constitute an integral part of Islam. Its objective is complete implementation of the law of God, whether relating to the individual or community life, whether regarding life in this world or in the next world. He further mentions that Islam has rules or laws on statehood and embraces the civil and criminal laws. To apply the laws, it is undeniable that we need the institution whose authority would ensure the application of the laws. Therefore, the existence of the state is necessary. It is essential have the state. Actually, if we see in general, we look look back to the first half of the 20th century, we observe that this idea of Islamic State started spreading almost in all parts of Muslim world, from Morocco in the west and Indonesia in the east. This spirit of right of self-determination, which was rooted in the pan-Islamism, kindled by Jamaluddin Afghanism in the hearts of Indonesian Muslim intellectuals, and Dr. NATSIR was one of them. Dr. NATSIR has also proposed making Islam as the basis of a state for the Republic of Indonesia. He has based his ideas on certain solid principles, like he has mentioned in his books that the majority of Indonesian population was Muslim, so they need an Islamic state. These people, these are the conscious people, they were successful in driving out the foreign colonial rule, foreign colonial establishments, and they need and they have fought on they have fought for their freedom on the lines of religion. So their religion should be governed and it should be evident from their works and deeds. So it should be part of our lives. He mentions that it should be, religion should be part of our life struggle, both in the social and political fields. Now, Dr. NATSIR, what he means by law, implementation of laws, what he means by law, it is not the man-made law, but the law of God, namely Sharia, which is derived from the Quran and Sunnah. Thus, the state he wants is the one based on the law of God. The kind of state he believes should be based on Islam, a democratic state based on Islam, or he further says that it should be a democratic state based on Islam. As way of life, there are only two choices. He then mentions the scenario that because Islam is a way of life, we have only two choices before us. One is the religion, another is secularism. He he calls secularism as La Dinia, and describes that secularism does not have a strong and solid basis, so he opposes the idea of secularism. He proposes for the state based on Islam. Now, his philosophy of state, what was the foundation of philosophy foundation according to him of the state? He explains the foundation that can build and guide the people materially and spiritually, so as to be a nation that has morality, or in modern terms, a civilized society or civilized people who are able to manage themselves without being controlled by the government. He further states that there is only one state philosophy that can shoulder such a heavy task, namely the state philosophy, and it should be based on the belief in and obedience to the sovereignty of God as the absolute source of law and the values of life. He believes that if the state philosophy is not based on the sovereignty of God, so the formulations that the parliament will result and produce will merely be dry grains of sand which are meaningless. The sovereignty of God is over and above all kinds of worldly sovereignty. In this respect, Dr. NATSIR seems to be of the opinion of Maulana Maududi Sahab, who was at that time, who was also advocating for these type of ideas. According to Maulana Maududi, Quran says that sovereignty in all aspects is not only for is only for God. He alone is the creator and the real ruler of this universe. So to him belongs the sole right of being the sovereign and right of being sovereign over all this creation. By emphasizing the position of Islam as the philosophy of the state, Dr. NATSIR does not mean to make the state theocratic. Theocratic means the direct government of priests who govern people on behalf of God. According to him, in Islam, priesthood is not recognized. Therefore, he adds the state which is based on Islam is not theocratic, it is a democratic state. It is not a secular state. It is the Islamic democratic state. If one insists on giving it a general name, perhaps the state which is based on Islam by theistic democracy, he gives it a unique name, the theistic democracy, which means that theistic democracy here means all rules and regulations stipulated by the government should be in accordance with the divine law or Sharia, and their application be based on the democratic system. NATSIR does not deny that the Quran does not completely and fully deal with politics, say statehood. He then further states that he further states the affairs which are subject to change in according to time and space. Now, those which are subject to change should be achieved through another means. What are those other means? NATSIR points out only the essential and fundamental tenets which are in accordance with the very nature or fitra of man. These tenets are eternal and immutable and are applicable in all places and time, in the past and in the present. Basically, he is basing himself on these solid basic teachings. Man should use his rational faculty and ijtihad in all fields of life in accordance with the demands of the time and the space. So he provides a practical solution, which is applicable, which is always for all people, for all times, and is practicable for whole world. Now at that time, there was a debate going on in the Muslim world. Who should be, what should be the name of a ruler, or what should be the kingdom or the state named as? So according to Maulana Maududi Sahib, he was advocating for the kingdom or the state as the caliphate, and the ruler should be named as the caliph. But what was the opinion of the Dr. NATSIR? Dr. NATSIR does not object to whether title is used to designate the head of the state, be it president, king, caliph, Amirul Mu'minin, etc. He firmly maintains that whether or the head of the state calls himself caliph is not the main concern. What is the most important is that the head of the state, who is mandated as the ulul amr of the Muslim ummah, is capable and ready to guarantee that Islamic laws relating to state affairs can run well in theory as well as in practice. Now, another important feature of Dr. NATSIR's thought concerning statehood is his idea on shura or democracy. The speaker who was speaking before me, he also mentioned his idea on democracy. He is quoting the verses of Holy Quran and suggested that the Islamic government should be based on the principles of shura. This is according to him because Islam has affirmed that the value of consultation in governing life either the life of society or the life of the state should be preserved, supported and encouraged. For it is necessary in the Islamic teachings that in dealing with the people, the ruler should have acknowledgement and support from the ruled. He has to consult on everything concerning the life and interests of people. From this statement, it can be inferred that according to NATSIR, Dr. NATSIR, the head of the state is chosen through an electoral system like prevailing in those days in many Islamic countries. However, here we want to clarify what Dr. NATSIR really means by democracy in Islam. It is true that Islam advocates a democratic system, but according to Dr. NATSIR, what is meant by democracy here is that Islam gives people the right to criticize, remind, and correct an autocratic government. If criticism and reminders are not enough, Islam gives people the right to abolish the autocratic system using mass power and, if necessary, also the force, using the force also. In addition, he also states that Islam is an anti-dictatorship, anti-absolutism, and anti-anarchy system. He also explains that this does not mean that in an Islamic government, all of its affairs are fully given to the decision of the consultative assembly. Here now I want to mention his idea of democracy, because he does not advocate for the 100% democracy nor for 100% this autocracy. He has given a system, combination of both of these, that is a unique system which is practicable for all times and for all regions of the world. According to NATSIR, only the ways of carrying out the law, Islam is an understanding, a belief that has its own principles and characters. Islam neither needs 100% democracy nor is 100% autocracy. Islam is, he mentions in his books, Islam is Islam, and he tries to reconcile two opposite systems, the dictatorial and the democratic, dictatorship and also the democratic system. He wants to combine these two. He concludes, if considered as a synthesis, Islam is a synthesis which gives enough room for the evolution of whatever needs evolving and for the radicalism for whatever needs to be radical. Unfortunately, he neither gives a clear explanation nor detailed guide as to how this unique reconciliation can be applied in the government. Unlike Maududi Saab and Abdul Qadir Kurdi, who strongly believe that an Islamic system of government, there should be a single party, Islamic government party, but Dr. NATSIR is of the opinion that to maintain and preserve the government on the democratic path, political parties are unquestionably needed. He insisted that as long as there is freedom to establish parties, there is democracy. So he has explained everything. How can we implement the democratic way of system in the world, and what is the model and what are the characteristics which are applicable everywhere and for all time. He again and again mentions the time and space. So he is giving a practical solution for the future characteristics of the state. Thank you very much. These were my ideas about the concept of statehood of a great thinker, Dr. Muhammad NATSIR. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Hasina Hashia. You gave a very brilliant version on the ideas of Dr. Muhammad NATSIR on state. and you did refer to various related concepts, and then ultimately it appeared that he was working for a synthesis, and also you compared it with the thoughts of other thinkers of the times. Yes, it needs more consideration, and at the same time, time changes are very important, and we have to adjust ourselves to the times, and at the same time, we have to think that how the thought of Dr. Muhammad Nasir and his contemporary thinkers, and now the people, how they are thinking with more experience about the future of the state, what it should be, and how it can be, and how modern democracy can be different from other democracy, if there can be any other module. These are very relevant questions to be considered. Now we have with us one of the very prolific scholars from Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. He is Professor M. Fahim Akhtar Nadwi, Professor and Head Department of Islamic Studies. And his topic is Prime Minister Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Mujahid Azadi wa Mujahid Islam. He was in both in Islam and both in national affairs that way. So we have, I think the best we can have is Professor Fahim Akhtar Nadwi. Over to you, Fahim Saab.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Institute of Objective Studies, New Delhi, and University Ibn Khaldun, Indonesia, and International Institute of Islamic Thought, USA, for organizing this international conference, and also for giving me this opportunity to speak on Dr. Nasir and his contribution to his nation, Indonesia, as well as to the cause of Islam. I have prepared my presentation in Urdu language, the language of our country, and I think that this presentation may be a bit beneficial for Urdu audience of this conference. I will try to finish, it is very short, I will try to finish in the time given to me. बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। 20वीं सदी के निस्फ आखिर में आलम इस्लाम के उफुक पर बिलउमूम और इंडोनेशिया की फ़ज़ाओं पर बिलखुसूस इस्लाम का जो ताबिंदा सितारा जगमगाता रहा और जिसकी ताबानी ने मुल्कों और इंसानों को सरशार और शादकाम किया, उसका नाम डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर है। जुहद व अमल और फ़िक्र व हिम्मत भरी दास्तान ज़िंदगी रखने वाले डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर ने सरबुलंदी इस्लाम के वाहिद मकसद के साथ अपनी ज़ात को ऐसा उस्तवार कर लिया था कि उसी महवर के गिर्द उनके शब व रोज़, उनकी फ़िक्र व तहरीर और उनकी तालीमी, समाजी और सियासी सरगर्मी घूमती रही। आलम इस्लाम ने डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर की खिदमात का एतराफ़ किया और रब्बे कायनात ने उन्हें दुनिया में भी वो मकाम एज़ाज़ और ओहदे अता किए जहाँ से वो अपने मकसूद हयात को मज़ीद बेहतर तौर पर बारावर कर सके। डॉक्टर नासिर की पैदाइश इंडोनेशिया में हुई। घराना दीनदार और वालिद मोहतरम जनाब मोहम्मद इदरीस साहब इंडोनेशिया के मुमताज़ उलमाए दीन में थे। घर की उम्दा दीनी तरबियत और दीन पसंद स्कूलों में इब्तदाई और सानवी तालीम के बाद आला तालीम हासिल की और तदरीस से वाबस्ता हो गए। इब्तदाई से दीनी ज़हन और मकसद से वाबस्तगी पाई थी तो तरबियती और सियासी सरगर्मियों से वाबस्ता होने लगे। 1922 में मुस्लिम नौजवानों की तंजीम की एक शाख के सदर हुए और फिर मुल्क की राजधानी आकर आज़ादी मुल्क की जद्दोजहद में शामिल हो गए। दूसरी आलमी जंग के बाद आज़ादी वतन की गुफ्तो शुनीद का हिस्सा रहे और आज़ादी मिलने के बाद पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर बने। 1946 میں وہ وزیر تعلیم بنائے گئے اور 4 برس اس منصب پر رہ کر اپنے ملک اور عوام کی خدمت انجام دیتے رہے اور اسلامی غلبہ و اشاعت کی فکر کو راسخ اور نافذ بنانے کی کوشش کرتے رہے۔ ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے سیاسی سرگرمی کو منظم کرتے ہوئے مسلمانان انڈونیشیا کی مجلس شورا پارٹی بنائی جو معصومی کہلاتی ہے، اور ستمبر 1950 میں وہ ملک کے 5ویں وزیر اعظم کے عہدے پر فائز ہو گئے۔ لیکن ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر کے لیے عہدہ اور منصب مقصود نہیں تھا، بلکہ اسلامی کاز کی تکمیل مقصود اور عہدے اس کے لیے وسیلہ تھے۔ صدر انڈونیشیا سکارنو نے اپنے سیکولر ایجنڈے کو جب بالجبر ملک اور اس کے تعلیمی اداروں پر تھوپنا چاہا اور تعلیم گاہوں اور مذہبی اداروں کو ان کے قبول کرنے پر مجبور کیا اور آمریت کی بدترین شکل اپناتے ہوئے سنگل پارٹی سسٹم میں صرف اپنی ہی سیاسی پارٹی کو باقی رکھنا چاہا، تو صدر سکارنو کے ان آمرانہ اقدامات کے شدید مخالفین میں ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر پیش تھے اور ان کی تحریری اور عملی سرگرمی پورے شباب پر تھی۔ چنانچہ 7 ماہ کی قلیل مدت میں ہی اپریل 1951 میں ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے وزارت عظمیٰ کا عہدہ چھوڑ دیا اور اپنے اسلامی موقف کی وجہ سے پابند سلاسل کر دیے گئے۔ سکارنو کے دور صدارت میں 4 برس تک ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے جیل میں قید زندگی گزاری، لیکن ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر کی قربانی رنگ لائی اور انڈونیشیا میں اسلامی روح برقرار رہی۔ حاضرین، ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے نہ صرف اپنے ملک کے مسلمانوں کو متحد اور اسلام سے وابستہ رکھنے کے لیے جدوجہد کی، اسلامی فکر کی ترسیخ کے لیے کتابیں اور تحریریں لکھیں، مختلف تنظیمیں اور ادارے قائم کیے اور متعدد اداروں کی سرپرستی کی، بلکہ عالم اسلام کے ساتھ بھی انہوں نے گہرے روابط استوار کیے، بیرون ملک کے دورے کیے اور عالمی اداروں میں اسلامی کاز کے لیے سرگرم شرکت و جدوجہد کی۔ چنانچہ عالم اسلام کے اس وقت کے موقر ادارہ رابطہ عالم اسلامی کی مجلس تاسیسی کے رکن بنائے گئے۔ 1976 میں مکہ مکرمہ کی مجلس اعلیٰ عالمی للمساجد کے ممبر ہوئے۔ 1987 میں آکسفورڈ سینٹر فار اسلامک اسٹڈیز لندن کی تاسیسی کمیٹی کے ممبر ہوئے اور 1986 میں کونسل آف انٹرنیشنل اسلامک چیریٹیبل آرگنائزیشن کویت کے بانی ممبر بنے، اور اس طرح ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے اپنے ملک کی سرگرم قیادت و خدمت کے ساتھ مسلمانان عالم اسلام کے مسائل اور اسلامی کاز میں اپنی بھرپور شرکت بھی جاری رکھی۔ ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے اسلامی فکر کی خدمت و اشاعت کے لیے تحریر اور تصنیف کا بھی سہارا لیا اور کثرت سے تحریریں لکھیں۔ وہ اسلامی موضوعات پر لکھتے تھے اور اپنے وقت کے مسائل پر گفتگو کرتے ہوئے اسلامی موقف کی مضبوطی کو نمایاں کرتے تھے۔ ان کے موضوعات میں اسلام کے سیاسی موقف اور عصر حاضر میں اسلامی شریعت کے مکمل اور جامع تطبیق کے مباحث شامل ہوتے۔ وہ اس عقیدے پر پختہ یقین رکھتے اور اسے مضبوطی کے ساتھ پیش کرتے تھے کہ ملک کی سیاست اسلامی اصولوں پر استوار ہوگی اور زندگی کے تمام میدانوں میں اسلامی شریعت کی تطبیق ہی انسانیت کے مسائل کا ہے۔ ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے اس فکر اسلامی کو پھیلانے کے لیے کثرت سے کتابیں لکھیں اور مختلف زبانوں میں ان کی اشاعت کرائی۔ آپ کی ایسی 45 کتابیں اور کتابچے منظر عام پر آئے اور لوگوں کے ہاتھوں ہاتھ تک پہنچے۔ ڈاکٹر ناصر نے مختلف زبانیں سیکھیں اور ان میں اپنی خیالات کا اظہار کیا۔ ان میں عربی، انگریزی، فرنچ، ڈچ، جرمن اور لیٹن شامل ہیں، اور زبانوں پر عبور کی وجہ سے ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر نے اپنے وقت کے الحادی اعتراضات اور تبشیری حملوں کے بھی بھرپور جوابات دیے۔ ڈاکٹر محمد ناصر کی سرگرم اسلامی خدمات اور کاموں کی وجہ سے عالم اسلام کے موقر ایوارڈ شاہ فیصل ایوارڈ سے آپ کو 1980 میں نوازا گیا، اور یہ حسن اتفاق ہے کہ عالم اسلام کے ممتاز و باوقار اور بے مثال اسلامی و فکری کام کرنے والی ہمارے ملک کی شخصیت مفکر اسلام हज़रत मौलाना सैयद अबुल हसन अली नदवी रहमहुल्लाह को भी डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर के साथ ही मुश्तरका तौर पर शाह फैसल अवार्ड दिया गया। और डॉक्टर मौलाना अली मियाँ की पैदाइश 1914 से 6 बरस पहले 1908 में पैदा होने वाले डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर ने मौलाना अली मियाँ ही की वफ़ात 1999 से 6 ही बरस पहले 1993 में वफ़ात पाई। ये अजीब इत्तेफाक है दोनों की पैदाइश और वफ़ात का। और इस तरह खिदमत इस्लाम के अवार्ड में शरीक दोनों मुमताज़ आलमी फ़िक्री और इल्मी शख्सियात ने पूरी 20वीं सदी पर मुहीत अपनी खिदमत इस्लामी से इंसानी दुनिया को मुस्तफ़ीद किया। डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर को मलेशिया की 2 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और लुबनान की 1 यूनिवर्सिटी से डॉक्टरेट की एजाज़ी डिग्रियां दी गईं और फिर खुद इंडोनेशिया के मुल्क ने 2008 में उन्हें नेशनल हीरो ऑफ इंडोनेशिया का खिताब दिया। हाज़रीन, डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर मुआसिर दौर की आलमी शख्सियात में एक मोहतरम और नुमाया मकाम रखते हैं। उनकी खिदमात के गहरे नकूश सब्त हुए हैं। उन्होंने सियासी वज़न कायम किया और नौजवान नस्ल को तैयार किया और अपनी तसनीफ़ी खिदमात से इस्लामी फ़िक्र का मवाद फ़राहम कर दिया। डॉक्टर मोहम्मद नासिर की ये खिदमात ज़िंदा और ताबिंदा रहेंगी और नस्लें उनसे मुस्तफ़ीद होती रहेंगी। अल्लाह ताला उन्हें जज़ाए खैर नसीब फरमाए और उनके कायम किए हुए नकूश से उम्मत मुस्लिमा को हमेशा फ़ायदा पहुँचाता रहे। व आखिर दावाना अनिल हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन।
Jazakallah, Professor M. Fahim Akhtar Nadwi Saab. As his presentation was more in Urdu, I may say that that presentation was a very great and of great importance.
Thank you.
He talked about some aspects of the life of Dr. Nasir. And at the same time, his contribution to thought as well as to studies, I should say, in exploring the concepts. And he also mentioned his achievements about the awards and then also at the same time he did present him a man of struggle. That he could not afford to live with suffocation, if I call it. He could express himself and then that's how we can tell him that he did express himself the best one can, and uncompromisingly he came forward with his views and opinions, and that's how things happened. So now I am, if there will be questions later on, we'll take them. But before that, I request Dr. Kamal Ashraf Kasmi Saab. He is at Alia University, Kolkata, India. He will speak on Dr. Mohammad Nasir life and contributions. He is a professor there. So we invite Dr. Kamal Ashraf Kasmi Saab to kindly come and make your presentation. Fahim Saab, Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Shukriya bahut.
Thank you, IUS, give me this opportunity. Dr. Mohammad Natsir, Life and Contribution, my article. Dr. Mohammad Natsir, 17 July 1908, 6 February 1993, was an Islamic scholar and politician. He was Indonesia's 5th Prime Minister. Give me only 5 minutes, inshallah. Finally. While still in high school, Natsir became involved in journalism. In 1929, he wrote 2 articles published in the Al-Jamin Indisech Double entitled Quran and Evangelic, the Quran and the Evangelicals and Muhammad as prophet. He also collaborate with other thinkers to publish the newspaper Pamela Islam, Defender of Islam from 1929 to 1935, and wrote extensively about his views on the religion. For Pandiji Islam, Banner of Islam, Podoman Masyarakat, Guide for the People, and the Banner, the and all manner, the torch. Beside writing, Dr. NATSIR founded Pandidikan Islam, Islamic Education, a private school in 1930. The school was shut down after the Japanese occupation of Indonesia. Prime Minister NATSIR began to associate with well-known scholars of Islam like Agus Salim, and in the mid-1930s, he took Salim's place in discussing the relationship between Islam and the state with future President Sukarno in 1938. He enrolled as a member of Parti Islam Indonesian, the Indonesian Islamic Party, and become the chairman of the Bandung branch for 1940 until 1942. He was also employed occupation as the Bandung Bureau head of education until 1955. During the Japanese occupation, he joined Majlis Al-Ala Indonesia, changed to Majlis Shura Muslim Indonesian later, and become one of its chairman from 1955 until the party was banned. After the proclamation of Indonesian independence, he became a Central Indonesian National Committee member. On 3 April 1950, he proposed a motion called Mosil Integral NATSIR that united Indonesia after an agreement which divided Indonesia to 17 states. Soon afterwards, in become Prime Minister. Influenced by his role as the head of Masumi, he served until 1951. In the Guide democracy era, he opposed the government and joined the revolutionary government of the Republic of Indonesia. As a result, he is arrested and imprisoned in Malang from 1962 until 1964. He was released by the New Order government in July 1966. After his release from prison, NATSIR became increasingly involved with organizations related to Islam, including the Majlis Tasisi Rabita al-Islami and Majlis al-Ala al-Alami lil Masajid, both in Makkah, the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies in England, and the World Muslim Congress in Karachi, Pakistan. In New Order era, he formed Yayasan Dewan Dakwah Islamiyah Indonesia. He also organized government policy, like when he signed the Petition 50 on 5 May 1980, which caused him to be banned from going overseas. Political and views. According to Dr. NATSIR, his politics were religious, motivated, with Ayat 56 of the Adhariya as justification. His goal as a politician was to ensure that the Muslim community lived in a state where Islamic teaching applied in the life of individual society and the state of the Republic of Indonesia. He also fought for human rights and the modernization of Islam. Unlike the secular anti-communist Sukarno, who viewed religious as an entity separated for the nation, NATSIR believed that the separation of church and state was not applicable to Indonesia, as he saw it was an intrinsic part of this culture. And one of the main reasons they fought for the independence to support his position is often quoted. William Montgomery was saying that Islam is not just a religion but an entire culture. Writing. Dr. Muhammad NATSIR published 45 books and a monograph.
Dr. Kamal Saab, can you conclude now? We have to start another session also.
Yes.
Yeah. May I
In 1980, he received award from King Faisal Foundation in academic. He received doctorate honorary degree from Islamic University of Lebanon in 1967, and he died on 14 March 1993 in Jakarta. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Very great. And since we are publishing the proceedings, so that will be covered there. I was trying to save 2-3 minutes. If anybody has questions, if any of the participants has questions to any of the speakers or any clarification you want, please ask. And then
Abu Ali, please ask your question. Abu Ali.
From Indonesia.
I have a very little question, not question, but I would like to know the meaning of Prasantan. Dr. Nirvan has mentioned this word in his presentation. Prasantan, what is Prasantan? Perhaps it is in Indonesian language.
Islamic school.
Islamic school.
Dr. Nirwan is not here.
Okay.
Dr. Nirwan is not here. He's left.
But pesantren, I think pesantren is boarding Islamic school.
In India, pesantren is madrasah.
Yeah, it is boarding. Basically, it's boarding.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker will be able to explain. Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid is a graduate of one of the famous pesantren of Indonesia, Pesantren Gontor. He will explain.
We should let us not encroach upon the time in another session. We are very much timely, and I'm grateful to all the speakers. They did make their presentations very well in the given time. And in that, Dr. Muhammad Siddiq from Indonesia, he did kept to the time, and he told us everything about Dr. Muhammad Nasir, his voyage from a government school up to the Prime Minister. We are grateful to him, and I think the life of Mohammad NATSIR is worth exploring, and we have to appreciate that he has done it all in a very good way, in an academic fashion. And then we had presentation from Dr. Nirvan, and he described Dr. Mohammad NATSIR, an exemplary educationist, and he was definitely a person who wanted education must be there with a purpose, and the purpose is to produce the best of the human beings on earth. And then we had very important presentation from Professor Hasina Hashia, who spoke on very specific aspect of the concept of state. As state is very important in the modern polities and political systems, so various issues related to democracy, different forms of democracy, and then adherence to faith or adherence to religion. So many issues are there. They need to be addressed, and they need to be understood better. And at the same time, there was a good reference to ijtihad, that he was in favor of ijtihad that keeps the things alive. And anybody who ever talks of ijtihad, he cannot be a stubborn thinker. So he leaves space for promotion of thought, ideas, systems, and that's how people can in every age work for a synthesis of the thought and system. And definitely his idea of self-determination is very much relevant to the world today as well, and that was mentioned. And then Professor Fahim Akhtar Nadwi Sahab, he talked of Dr. Mohammad NATSIR about his struggle for independence of his country, establishment of parties, then his this dream of accomplishment about Islamic laws. That was his idea, and at the same time he did not want to impose anybody's ideas to any other person, and that's how he had to go against the autocracy and live in jail also. And then we had a presentation from Dr. Kamal Ashraf. That was a very good presentation, and he gave a very good beginning of it, that Dr. Mohammad NATSIR, he was a journalist at a very young age. That means he was very sensitive to things, and that's how he might have been very well thinking about the society, the oppressed in the society, the external and internal influences which influence the system and make it sometimes coercive, sometimes damaging, sometimes harmful. And that's how we had a very good session, and I congratulate all of them, but conclude with this idea that there is a lot to be further understood about Dr. Mohammad NATSIR, and from all these approaches which our presenters had, we have to go ahead and then find a leader in him who was responding to situations, to thoughts, to ideas and needs of the people as a natural human being. And that's how it was said that he was not only thinking of his own self, but also he was thinking of the people, the state, the environment, and like that. So that's how we would say that he deserved many awards, and that's how he was also awarded with Shah Faisal Award also, and that his life is a good example for the next generation to get some light from that and to get some understanding from that and work for a better future of humanity. With these words, I would say that the organizers have done a very good task, that to understand different personalities, we get the whole times, the whole history in front of us, and that's a very good approach to history, a good approach to ideologies, a good approach to synthesis of thoughts, and a good approach to think for humanity better. And with these words, I would say that God give us strength, God give us understanding, that we make knowledge a beneficial, most beneficial for the humanity, the way you want us to do. And at the same time, when Muhammad Nasir was described, not only the man of ideas, but man of action as well. So give us the a capacity that we not only know the ideas, we also act on those ideas. And Allah bless you all and all of us, and wish this conference a great success. Over to next session, and the next session will be chaired by one of the very brilliant scholars and friends. He is Dr. Henry Tanjung. He is with us since morning. Rather, he is with us even before that. And he is the Vice Director, Postgraduate School, Ibn Khaldun University, Bogor, Indonesia. And the theme of this session is Dr. Nasir's contribution to nation building in Indonesia and understanding of international political scenario. Over to you, Dr. Henry Tanjung. Kindly take the floor and conduct the whole thing. Wherever necessary, you can tell me.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Wani. Shukriya, shukriya. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think I want to give some brief about Nasir's personality before we come into the Nasir's contribution. Because in the first session, we discussed about Nasir's personality. What the interesting thing when I talked to the daughter of Dr. Muhammad Nasir, she said that past leadership was different from current leadership. In the past, leaders were modest in the terms of wealth, honest, and very much in love with their people. It was told once, a friend of Dr. Nasir ran out of money to return to Banjarmasin. Then he came to the Prime Minister's office. He came to the office of Pak Nasir. Pak Nasir admitted that he had no money, but provided a solution by visiting the magazine Hikmah he led. Now the question is, can we imagine that the current Prime Minister does not have money just for the cost of transportation? This is a very big question for us. The simple principle of life has been the life guidelines of past leaders in their struggles. They live with the people in an economic situation that is not much different from the people. They seem to unite with the pulse of people's economic life. There is no motive for enriching themselves. This is what makes them loved by their people. Now, their children live simply, live in simple houses. This is an indicator that what they fought for in the past was actually for the Ummah, not for themselves, not for their families. Besides living a simple life, Nasir's morality and behavior are also very commendable. He never bulldozed his political opponents by justifying any means. Even in the 50s, in the canteen of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, he and DN Aidit, the leader of the Communist Party, laughed together while drinking coffee, even though everyone knew his political attitude was very opposite. It seems that love for the world is what causes the behavior of some Muslim leaders today to be dishonest anymore. The truth is not upheld because they have eaten bribes. Corruption is difficult to eradicate because the ambition is to become rich while taking office. Falsehood does not dare to be confronted because the people on the side of the vanity have choked their mouth with money. If things are like this, then the enemies of Islam will no longer be afraid of the Muslim. Now, what are Dr. Nasir's contribution to nation building in Indonesia and his understanding of international political scenario? 4 speakers will discuss this topic. First speaker, Dr. Fadli Zon, Chairman of the House Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation, the House Representative of the Republic of Indonesia, on topic Islam and Democracy, Muhammad Nasir Political Thought. Second, Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid, Vice Chairman of People Consultative Assembly, Republic of Indonesia, on topic Dr. Muhammad Nasir's contribution to nation building in Indonesia. The third, Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Pade, doctorate from Department of Islamic Studies, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, on topic Fairness of Nation Building and Envisaging in the Personalities of Dr. Muhammad Nasir and Abdul Kalam Azad, a study. And the last one, Mr. Khazaka Nas, research scholar, Department of Islamic Studies, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, on topic Dr. Muhammad Nasir's perspective to Islamic culture and Indonesia. Because I cannot contact Dr. Fadli Zon, so I think we come to Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid to present his paper about Dr. Nasir's. Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid.
Thank you, Dr. Hedi Tanjung, and brothers and sisters in the Institute of the Objective Studies in India, brothers and sisters in the Islamic University of Ibn Khaldun in Indonesia, brothers and sisters in International Institute of Islamic Thought in United States of America, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala qaidina wa qudwatina Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Alhamdulillah, and thank you for holding this important international conference, for thinking and thanking Dr. Muhammad Nasir for all of his contribution for Indonesia, for Islamic Ummah, and for international community also. And allow me here to deliver my paper about Dr. Muhammad Nasir's contribution to nation building in Indonesia. Brothers and sisters, nation building is a process or way to develop and improve the ability of a country to function perfectly. In addition, nation building is building or managing a national identity by using state power, which aims to unite the people within the country so that it remains politically stable and can last in the long term. Every country, both developing and developed, never stop improving its ability to protect and serve the people. Each country will continue to process and change and adapt to times and circumstances, both at domestic and international levels. In the nation building process, human development is a major element. Therefore, the role of a leader is very important in fostering awareness and strengthening the sense of nationality among citizens. Dr. Muhammad Nasir is an example of one of the founding figures of the Indonesian nation who built national awareness through the effort of education, politics, and preaching Islamic preaching, Da'wah Islamiyah. Brothers and sisters, Indonesians challenged at the beginning of independence. In the mid of the 20th century, when Indonesia became independent in 1945, Indonesia's population was around 61 million. As new pluralistic country, Indonesia faces a big challenge because its territory consists of not less than 17,000 islands, and its people come from 300 ethnic groups who speak not less than 600 regional languages. The main challenge of Indonesians' nation building at the beginning of the independence of Indonesia was maintaining territorial integrity and sovereignty. Therefore, the form of unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia, NKRI, was chosen to maintain territorial integrity of Indonesia. Indonesia has experienced being a federal state, namely the Republic of Indonesia United, RIS, which is easily provoked by foreign colonial nations to divide between the states. Ideologically, Indonesian independence was strongly supported by national awareness among its elite leaders. especially those leading a local youth organization. On 27 to 28 October of 1928, the Youth Congress was held, which was initiated by youth organizations throughout the archipelago. At the end of the Congress, a youth pledge was agreed which affirmed the ideals of one motherland Indonesia and one nation Indonesia and upholding the united language Indonesian language. The awareness of the homeland, nation, and language of unity is a valuable asset for nation building, especially since it was agreed long before the Indonesians became politically independent. Young Muhammad Nasir became chairman of the Bandung branch of the Young Islamic Bond in 1928 to 1932. And Young Islamic Bond was one of the youth organizations actively involved in the Youth Congress in Jakarta. As other colleagues who were active in the Youth Congress were Muhammad Rom and Kasman Singodimejo, who showed the Muslim figures played a very big role in the formulation of the ideology of the Indonesian nation in collaboration with nationalist and traditionalist figures. And about the nation building via educational path, we know well that the NATSIR contribution was recognized at the national level for Indonesian people and influenced relations with the nation in the 1915s. NATSIR embodies the ideal of nationality from thought to concrete action. He believes that there are parallels with the religious values, nationality, and humanity. Therefore, he applies Islamic idealism as a political rhetoric and character and persona, social and statehood life as well. And about his role in national building via educational path, I think many papers was delivered before. Then I would like to jump to another topic. It's about national building via political path. In 1938, NATSIR joined the Indonesian Islamic Party and was appointed head of the Bandung branch from 1940 to 1942. During the Japanese occupation, he joined with Islamic leaders who took the initiative to establish the highest Indonesian Council. Then Cheng became the Indonesian Muslim Consultative Council, or MASUMI. NATSIR was appointed as one of the leaders of MASUMI from 1945 until when MASUMI and the Indonesian Socialist Party were dissolved by President Sukarno in 1960. His 22 years of service as a politician and strengthened NATSIR's character as a Democrat, and at the same time influenced the national political constellation with democratic values in line with the principle of Islam and Pancasila, the five pillars of Indonesian ideology, as the basis of the Republic of Indonesia. The fourth precept of Pancasila, the five principles, states specially about democracy, which is formulated as democracy is led by the wisdom and deliberation representation. The practice of democracy in Indonesia is described under the control of wisdom insight. This is like the concept of police, city-state in Plato's and Aristotle's thought, where a city or region is led by intellectuals. It is not a democracy that tends to anarchy because each person or group want to win alone and all kinds of machiavellistic ways. Nor is it a democracy controlled by a handful of elites who have abundant wealth, plutocracy, and can buy anything, including people's votes and judge decision. Democracy, which is led by intellectuals, put forward the method of deliberation in representative of institution, not aimless debates. Representative of the people must increase their capacity to deliberate and debate alternative policies for the benefit of the people. This is where it is tested whether members of parliament or political parties truly understand and fight for the aspiration for the people they represent. After the proclamation of independence, Vice President Muhammad Hatta issued an edict date number 3 of November 1945, which encouraged the formation of political parties as part of stabilizing the democracy. The edict was issued as in response to a proposal by KNAP working body to the government. Islamic figures from various organizations at the time came together to form an Islamic political party, including Agus Salim, Sukisman, Wiro Sanjoyo, Wahid Hashim, and others. Thus, a committee was formed for the Indonesian Muslim Ummah Congress, which was held for the first time after independence on 7 to 8 November 1945 in Yogyakarta. The Congress Committee is chaired by Muhammad NATSIR, who is still relatively young but highly trusted, where the committee members are senior figures. At a relatively young age, NATSIR was trusted to be one of the central administrators of the Masyumi Party. Because of his important position, NATSIR was appointed as a member of the working body of the Central Indonesian National Committee in 1945 to 1965. He was appointed the Minister of Information of the Republic of Indonesia in Syahri's second cabinet, and Syahri's third cabinet, and Hatta cabinet number 1. NATSIR's role in putting the work mechanism of the Indonesian Ministry of Information was very prominent, especially in spreading the news of Indonesian independence and building communication between government units in times of the emergency condition. And in fact, according to Mr. Muhammad Hatta, at the time, the President, Mr. Bung Karno, did not want to send a government information if it was not compiled by Brother Muhammad NATSIR. His position as a chairman of the Islamic Party, Masyumi, didn't limit his interaction with national figures from various backgrounds. He believes that the path of dialogue and deliberation will solve many national problems. History record his very bold initiative to submit the integration bill, the 3rd of April 1950, to the Parliament, the Constituent, to end the era of the Federal Republic of Indonesia toward the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. All of the historic achievements were pursued through dialogue with regional leaders who led the states, the Federal Republic of Indonesia, not by coercion or political pressure. He collected support from all nationalist factions, including Catholic and Christian parties. NATSIR has good relationship with Catholic Ignatius Joseph Casimo and Christian leaders such as Johann Slemina. Soon after the bill has been approved by the constituent and by the government, NATSIR was assigned as Prime Minister by Sukarno as the President of the Unitary State of Republic of Indonesia. Loyalty for the Republic of Indonesia has become his main obsession in maintaining national unity and integrity at all costs. However, NATSIR chose a path of dialogue and built an agreement with all parties with different views because he believed that all nation figures wanted to see a united and prosperous Indonesia. NATSIR also persuaded Islamic figures who led the exile government of the Republic of Indonesia in 1948 until 1949, or the Darul Islam Resistance in 1949 till 1962, to give up sovereignty and return to the Republic of Indonesia. It becomes an internal monument on how to build the pillars of national building in theory and practice. National building through the Da'wah path. National building effort face challenges not only from external foreign powers that want to divide and colonize a nation, but also from an internal aspect, namely differences in views among the driving figures. During the
Excuse me, Dr. Hidayat.
Okay, 1 minute.
Your time, five minutes more.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Just
5
minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Then I would like to say that Dr. Muhammad NATSIR was involved in the opposition against Sukarno's increasingly authoritarian government and eventually joined the revolutionary government of the Republic of Indonesia after leaving Java. And by PRRI, which demand greater regional autonomy, was misinterpreted by Sukarno as a rebellion. As a result, NATSIR was arrested and imprisoned in Malang from 1962 to 1964, and was released during the New Order era on July 1966. After being released from the prison, NATSIR was again involved in Islamic organization. After long service as a politician and public official, he founded and led the Islamic preaching organization. It is Dewan Dawah Islam Indonesia. NATSIR that in the 26th of February 1967. NATSIR Dawah activities were not only in Indonesia, but received the trust of foreign countries in such as Majlis Ta'sis Rabbil Alam Islami and Majlis Al-A'la Al-Alami Al-Masajid based in Makkah, and the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies in UK, and the World Muslim Congress in Karachi, Pakistan. NATSIR legacy includes modern Islamic thoughts and democratic political Islam, and in pluralistic nation, the biggest Muslim country in the world. The different political views between Muhammad NATSIR, I mean, during the early days of the New Order, he was credited with sending a note to Tunku Abdurrahman in Malaysia in order to reopen relations with Malaysia and Indonesia. In addition, he was also one who contacts the Kuwait government to invest in Indonesia and convinced the Japanese government of the New Order's seriousness in developing the country. The difference in political views between Muhammad NATSIR and Suharto didn't prevent him from contributing to saving Indonesia from the political and economic crisis at the start of the New Order, but he used his Islamic influence to contact Malaysia and Kuwait. NATSIR mobilized all his potential and connection with the outside world to build international trust to the Indonesian government. In fact, he often experiences political pressure. It's amazing that no politician is willing and able to make such sacrifice, except for those who are guided by sincerity and loyalty for the Republic of Indonesia because of the Islamic teaching he understands. Thanks to Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, teaching program and guidance, especially in well-known university campuses in Indonesia, a generation has emerged who have awareness of democracy and demand change. However, preaching takes a long time to bring about change. After 32 years in power, President Suharto finally stepped down in 1998 through the reform movement power. Reform movement organized by students and critical groups. One of the important components of the 1998 reform movement was activists of the Islamic Preaching Association in campus, Lembaga Dakwah Campus, which was none other than the work of NATSIR and his friend in fostering the younger generation. NATSIR has succeeded in carrying out a regulations process in terms of democratic thinking and behavior, while maintaining national integrity and integration by this good understanding of Islamic teaching. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad NATSIR, for all of his effort, and Indonesian government offer him the National Hero Medal at 10th of November 2008. That is the life journey and struggle of Dr. Muhammad NATSIR in realizing Indonesia independent and strengthening national building by the three important paths, politically and educationally and Islamically, or Islamic preaching, that has been taken by NATSIR in the field of education, politics, and da'wah, are an inspiration, or a very good inspiration for the next generation. The current condition of contemporary Indonesia shows that Muslim and Islamic organizations and Islamic political organizations are facing political crisis. History seems to repeat itself. Dr. Muhammad NATSIR prescription for maintaining the integrity of Islam parties in the arena of democracy and maintaining nationalism spirit is still very relevant till it relations with another nation. And thank you very much. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallah Ustaz Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid. Now we come to Dr. Fadlizon with the topic of Islam and democracy, Muhammad NATSIR political thought. Alhamdulillah, Dr. Fadlizon has joined us, and your time 15 minutes. Dr. Fadlizon. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Moderator, Mr. Chair, Bapak Henry Tanjung. In this opportunity, I would like to share my views about Islam and democracy as the reflection on the views of Muhammad NATSIR. NATSIR was born, of course, we all know, in Minangkabau, Alahan Panjang, West Sumatra, on the 17th, 1908. And as a Muslim statesman and ulama and a scholar, he is often ambiguously judged by the Western scholars on Indonesian studies as a figure of democratic thinker, an excellent administrative leader alongside with Muhammad Hatta and Sultan Syahrir. The work of Audrey Kahin in 2012, titled Islam, Nationalism and Democracy, a political biography of Muhammad Natsir, commended Natsir's persistent opposition against the increasingly uncontrollable chaos in the government under Sukarno's leadership, but also admired Natsir as a bright intellectual whose political and religious beliefs are somewhat strict. Natsir was relentless in his efforts to promote Islam to be adopted as the national ideology which substituted Pancasila. Natsir's determination had painted him as someone who shared the belief of Kartosuwiryo as well as other figures of Darul Islam. Certainly, this judgment was false since Natsir resolute in championing Islamism in the assembly, and his supposed objection against Pancasila during the period was in fact an expression of resisting the growing influence of communism which dominated Indonesia at the time. If we trace back to the past, Natsir activism life started when he pursued further education in Mulo in 1923. After his graduation, he moved to Bandung, West Java, and continued studying at the AMS. This is like high school, and finished in 1930. So in AMS, Natsir became chairperson of Young Islamic Bond, Bandung, a pioneer in Islamic youth movement in the early 20th century. So he also established an Islamic education institution in Bandung, which attempted to blend Islamic education and secular curricula. The growth of ideology-based politics in the post-independence era encouraged Natsir to promote Islamic ideology through such constitutional platform. This practice was brought about by instruction of the Vice President on November 3rd, 1945, in which he directed and legitimized a multi-party system. So following the instruction, Indonesia then witnessed three ideological streams, literary aliran, sprang in its political sphere: Islam, nationalism, and communism. There was also one other stream, social democracy, that rose in early days of independence. Given the absence of Islamic representation in the formal political system, Natsir was then motivated to organize Muslim Congress in Yogyakarta, November 7th, 8th, 1945. Attended by various Islamic leaders and organization representatives, the Congress agreed to establish Masyumi Party, or Indonesian Muslim Assembly, as the sole party to voice the political aspiration of the Indonesian Muslims. As a polyglot skilled in English, Arabic, Dutch, French, and Latin, Natsir had the tool that he needed to explore the wealth of information the world had to offer. Herbert Feith, in his book *The Decline of Constitutional Democracy in Indonesia* in 1962, called Natsir as a democratic leader of the likes of Hatta and Syahrir. Instead of rejecting democracy, Natsir believed that it had to be aligned with the principles of Islam. Political parties and the state were the instruments through which Islamic values were upheld. Natsir believed that Islam is democratic in a sense that it is against tyranny, absolutism, and abuse of authority. Nevertheless, Islam was not purely a democracy, yet not entirely dictatorial. According to Natsir, democracy had its weaknesses. Among them, one that was most notable and had been shown throughout history was its tendency to evolve into a particracy or cliqueracy. He had also served various key positions in the government, from member of the Executive Committee of the Central Indonesian National Committee, Minister of Information, member of the Temporary House of Representatives, and of course, Prime Minister. NATSIR's greatest contribution to Indonesia occurred after a speech he delivered on the April 3rd, 1950, before the Parliament of the Federated States of Indonesia, or Republic Indonesia Serikat, or United States of Indonesia, which invoked a motion now known as Mosi Integral NATSIR. This speech also marked the dissolution of federal state engineered by the Dutch government and the rebirth of Indonesia as a unitary state. For his thoughts and action, historians often call NATSIR as the second declarator of the Republic of Indonesia. It is interesting to discuss that in the 1940s, NATSIR was involved in a series of arguments with Sukarno about the relation between religion and the state. Their view contrasted, as Sukarno argued that religion must be separated from the state, while NATSIR contended that separation was not possible. When Masyumi was founded on November 7, 1945, until the 1955 general elections, NATSIR was a supporter of Pancasila. However, from 1956 to 1961, NATSIR supported Islam as the state ideology. In general, he urged Muslims to stop confronting Pancasila Islam. NATSIR believed in Islam as a philosophy of state, philosophy of life that guided its followers, the Muslims, on the system in life, including in politics. As a Muslim politician, NATSIR openly admitted that it would be impossible for him to dispose that philosophy. Nevertheless, NATSIR realized that the Holy Quran and Sunnah alone could not ensure the adherence of humankind to Islam. For NATSIR, religion and the state were inseparable. He further believed that Indonesian nationalism should be Islamic nationalism, which was consistent with his view on Islam as a national philosophy and an ideology. To quote NATSIR's favorite thinker, Montgomery Ward, Islam is more than a religion, it is a complete civilization. Thus, religion becomes the foundation of state life that concern both its people and rulers' behaviors. That is why Sharia in Islam is inherent. The Quran and the Sunnah provide Sharia, while the state strengthens it. In this case, religion is the state because the presence of a state allows religion to flourish. Conversely, the state also needs religion because religion provides the ethical and moral spiritual guidance that support its growth. To this end, NATSIR clearly referred to President Sukarno's speech on June 15, 1954, at a Pancasila Defender Movement's meeting at the State Palace. In the speech, Sukarno suggested that the principle of one supreme God was created by man, which meant that God's existence depended on humans. God might be and might not exist. Deliberately or not, Sukarno's elaboration indicated his attempt to separate the principle from its connection with religion. The bid to cut off the ties between Pancasila and its religious interpretation was precisely what NATSIR rejected. NATSIR rejection at the time was understandable because efforts to keep Pancasila away from religious interpretations were not only carried out by secular nationalists, but also by the communists who had never accepted Pancasila. Sukarno's Pancasila formulation, for example, put the belief in God principle last. In the ratified version, the principle was replaced with one supreme God and became the first principle in Pancasila. NATSIR's view of Pancasila was very much in line with that of Muhammad Hatta. According to Hatta, Pancasila consisted of two layers of foundation, the moral foundation and the political foundation. With this recognition, people must start being mindful. Different religions may exist in Indonesia, but they differed only in their rituals. Meanwhile, their deeds were similar, upholding truth, justice, virtue, and honesty to protect the nation. So I would like to highlight that NATSIR's rejection of Pancasila in 1957 was not a rejection of Pancasila itself. It must be understood as rejection towards a historical secularist interpretation of Pancasila, which happened to be the mainstream in Indonesian politics after the rise of communist group in 1950s. The nationalist group for
Excuse me, your time 5 minutes more.
okay. The nationalist group, for example, was heavily influenced by the attitude of communists. Moreover, politically, President Sukarno himself at the time appeared to be closer and trust the PKI or the Indonesian Communist Party leaders more than the PNI leaders, despite the fact that he founded and set ideology of PNI or the nationalists. Then NATSIR reached the peak of his political power in 1950-51 when he was appointed as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Indonesia in the post-revolution first cabinet. His achievement was due to the success of Mosi Integral, coined by NATSIR to reunite Indonesia's territories previously divided into several federation countries by the Dutch. Following the success of Mosi Integral, Asa Bafagi, a journalist from Harian Merdeka, asked President Sukarno about the person who would be appointed Prime Minister. Firmly replied, none other than NATSIR from Ashumi. They have the conception to save the Republic through the Constitution. Through Mosi Integral, NATSIR gained the support from various political groups along the right and left wings. The fact that Insinyur Sukirman, a figure from the Communist Party, was willing to sign the motion gave NATSIR considerable political credit. He managed to persuade the members of DPR from the Federated States of Indonesia and state officials to return the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia, as one proclaimed 17 August 1945. So the acceptance showed that NATSIR's political idea was able to break down the barriers of political streams. NATSIR Mosi Integral pushed Sukarno to reproclaim NKRI, or the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia, August 17, 1950. In conclusion, in expressing Islamism, NATSIR was distinct from Kartos Wiryo and other Darul Islam figures. He was the bridge that returned and accepted Darul Islam figures to the Republic. Hence, judging NATSIR from the DITII, the Darul Islam incident perspective, would be inaccurate. The silver lining would be Pancasila can be a unifying philosophy if it continues to be based on Islam, Indonesia's largest component. Last but not least, I believe that NATSIR's idea was brought throughout his political career and da'wah is still relevant to discuss and further respond the current political juncture in our world. Thank you very much, and I look forward for further hearing from your thoughts and views in this matter. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallah, Dr. Fadlizon. Very clear and very nationalistic about the personality of the Dr. Muhammad Nasir. Thank you very much again. And now we come to Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padi from Aligarh Muslim University. He got doctorate from the Department of Islamic Studies. And his topic is perfectness of nation building, emphasizing in the personalities of Dr. Muhammad Nasir and Abul Kalam Azad study. Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padi.
Allah, unfortunately, the camera of my laptop is not working properly. I apologize for that. I think it is important to visualize my PowerPoint presentation instead of visualizing my face. So I am sharing my power presentation with you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Make it full. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So thank you very much for both iOS and the organizers from the Indonesia who give me a chance to present my submissions before you. To start with nation building, actually the nation building, what it means actually the constructing and structuring the identities and which are actually the step for the stability and viability of nations, which we can see in the progressions like economic development, political stability, health, equipment, facilities, and education development. And my topic is actually the nation building under the paradigm of educational development for both these scholars. Actually, they are both nationalist scholars. They are the key roles in leading their countries for freedom. And this education, when we talk about, is actually the harmonious, to bring a harmonious society, which includes different scholars, scientists, engineers, politicians, bureaucrats. And these are the two persons. On the left side, it's Dr. Muhammad Nasir, and on the right side is Abdul Kalam Azad. So far, from the morning, there have been a lot of talking about the life of Muhammad Nasir. So I will skip that portion. I will just put your attention for the some key pointers towards what is common between the Nasir and Azad's life. So the links between them, the common links between them are the influence of the modernist scholars like Jamaluddin Afghani, Ubdu, and Rida, which is actually a link of journal that's Al-Manar. Both of them, both personalities, they are very much influenced by this journal, the revolutionist journal Al-Manar, we can say. And they both propagated religious as well as secular knowledge, both to lead them together. And for the Indonesian participants, I will just few points about the Abul Kalam Azad, because it is an Indian scholar who was born in Makkah and then they migrated to India. He was a nationalist leader and educationist and mufassir. He also wrote a tafsir, that's Tarjumanul Quran, and he was a leading figure in the freedom struggle for independence against the British rule. And to move onwards, I would say that some common points between the Abul Kalam Azad and the Muhammad Nasir. They both faced the colonialism of, we can say, India was facing under the colonial rule of British imperialism, and the Indonesia was facing Dutch colonial period. So both of them witnessed this colonial era as well as the independent era after the liberation of both these countries. So there are very much influence about this colonial period as well as the independence. And after independence, both of them became the key figures in the administration also. As we can say that Azad was the first education minister of independent India, and Muhammad Nasir also had a key position after liberation of Indonesia. So the influence of Dutch colonial period, the educational, as we know that their education system was based on Western. So Muhammad Nasir, he did not critique Western education in such a way, but he was actually critique about their only to promote secular subjects. He said that if we take religious subjects and secular subjects together, then I don't have any problem with the Western education system. And he says that he became a mediator between the two groups of people, one who came from the Western countries, who studied from Western, and the other who studied in Eastern Muslim countries. He became a bridge between them. He tried to collaborate them. He says that education is not judged with geographical locations, and education is beyond the this geographical boundaries and confrontations. And he promoted the knowledge to promote justice and betterment. He says that the God, it is not belonging to any east or west. God belongs to all. So we don't need to differentiate between the education systems. And he says that there are negative and positive aspects also for both systems. If we talk about Western system or Eastern system, they are full of negativity and also a positivity. So we should take the positive things from West and neglect their negative aspects. He says that the actual difference between is truth, that's al-haq, and the false, al-batil. So it can be said that he says that if a person, he's a Muslim or he belongs to a Muslim country, if he says truth, we should accept. If he says anything which is false or batil, that should be also rejected. He actually want to bring a human civilization which would be based on intellectualism and rationality. He says that the journey of Makkah has also a background that where we met different ethnic and ethnic groups and racial different races and different caste systems. That is a bonus point for the Muslims. They get acquainted with the other races also. The Western and the education, he wants to promote the education that would be a balanced approach, which would be balanced from physical as well as spiritual aspects in both these terms. He wants to develop the ummah by making the proper planning of the education and for the education development. He was himself well versed in both religious sciences as well as worldly knowledge such as psychology and Western philosophy also. He says the main aim of the educational aim is the main objective of the education is God's pleasure and it to know God. And the science is also helping in discovering the universe and in by using the reason to promote self individuality that would help you to make a bonding, to make a composite bonding between Allah and his creations. So to know universe, you would ultimately know your God. So he was actually taking ummah towards critical thinking. He says that we don't need much people who will only memorize the Quranic text. We actually need the people who will analytically who will summarize the what the message of the Quran is, and what Quran instead of instead of memorizing it, we should analyze it in a deeper way. And he says that the purpose of a human being to make which education made him is the to serve Allah, and which is based on the concept of Tawheed. So he was a Tawheedi scholar, and he leads his entities and Muslim people to be firm in Tawheed. And as far as Azad is concerned, Azad was also a nationalist preacher and also remained the education minister of education minister of independent India. He has no formal schooling, as his father, namely KHALDUN Ahmad, had no faith in the Western education. So whatever Azad gained in this field, he himself acquainted with certain scholars and promoted his education thought in Western philosophy and other Western secular sciences. So education thought, his education thought is based on the metaphysical dimension, which is an inner faith of a man in the divine existence. He says that the responsibility of man towards God is to have faith in his attributes, and towards universe aimed at transformation of man's personality by enjoining virtues and forbidding vices. He says that human beings inherited the qualities of God as being his vicegerents, and Azad was the architect of, we can say, modern education system of India, especially in Indian context. We can say about among Muslims, he was a modern architect of modern education. He was acquainted with both modern as well as tradition form of education. He sought for a learning society through liberal, modern, and universal education. He wants to combine the Indian arts and rationalism of Western sciences. He was of the view that religion and science are not contradictory, rather help us in understanding the nature of universe, and the religion, the secrets of universe. He was deeply impressed by the advances made in the West in the realm of elementary education for children. Azad was impressed by the French philosopher Rousseau and agreed his advocacy of child necessity and ability to grasp the truth through his own sights. He believed that to serve the purpose of medium of instruction, the provincial language needs to be developed. Azad found the curriculum in the Islamic madrasas fundamentally narrow, with a significant omission of mathematics, which is the basics of science and technology. And after being 11 years in the ministry, Azad made some progressive changes.
Excuse me, Mr. Sajjad, you have 5 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. He made some progressive changes in the history of education development of India. Some important developments, we can say his important developments, such as he made the University Education Commission in 1948, Secondary Education Commission in 1952, All Indian Council for Technical Education, establishment of numerous laboratories of scientific research, established University Grants Commission with considerable financial resources in 1956. He and one more important thing in Azad's journey, which is something unique in its existence, that he equally gave importance to women education, as they are the citizens of free India as men. And towards this women education, I didn't find anything about Mohammad Nasir that he worked in this field. So it is unique in Azad's stance that he moved a foot onwards, that he give equal importance to women education. He was of the view that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam encouraged his companions to give knowledge from all possible ways, all possible sources. He believed that modern sciences are not contradictory with Islam and doesn't lead to atheism. Azad also emphasizes on culture and heritage of education is complete. He says that incomplete at all levels. Without art, culture, and music, it is not, the education is not complete. And this another thing which is distinguished Azad from Muhammad Nasir is that he promoted music also, music and arts and culture of India also, which I don't find Muhammad Nasir did something in this field. So to conclude my presentation, I would say that the common things which these personalities highlighted, that both faced the colonial period of British and Dutch respectively, and both were well versed in Western as well as Islamic education system, and both of them promoted science and reason with Islamic ethics, Islamic language, and Islamic culture, and some distinguished things which are between them, as I talked before, that women education, Azad promoted women education, music, culture, etc. But Muhammad Nasir didn't do anything in that field. Thank you very much.
All right, Jazakallah, Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padey. To all participants and audiences, after the last presentation by Ms. Hasan Nas, we have 15 minutes to 30 minutes about the question and answer session. If you want to ask any question, just write down in the Q&A in the bottom of the screen. There is Q&A. Okay, so just write down your question and I will read it and I will address to the speakers. Okay, now I call Ms. K. Hasan Nas. He is Islamic scholar, researchers. Sorry?
Keshan Naz.
Sorry. Yeah, from Department of Islamic Studies, Aligarh Muslim University, on topic on Dr. Muhammad Nasir perspective to Islamic culture. Now we are discussing Islamic culture. K. Hasan Nas. Sorry.
Respected Chairperson, Assalamu alaikum and ladies and gentlemen.
Salam.
First of all, introduce my presentation topic, Dr. Muhammad Nasir's perspective to Islamic culture and Indonesia. Firstly, I would like to brief introduction. Muhammad Nasir was an Islamic scholar, social reformer, public servant, statesman, and intellectual, Muslim representative and lecturer. He was not only a dominant figure in the struggle against occupation in Indonesia, but also one of the prominent of the superior modern Islamic movement in that country. Dr. Nasir was extremely admired in international Islamic world for his knowledge, understanding, and views, as well as his role in the fight in opposition to career. He worked as a teacher, lecturer, and manager during the years of Dutch of his country. He connected anti-colonial tribe in 1945. He became a member of the Indonesian parliament, founded Masjumi, the Council of Muslim Associations of Indonesia, in 1946, and was a Minister of Information for 4 years. During his commitment presented in opposition motion to turn Indonesia into an organization and supported the unity of the republic. Dr. NATSIR was given the prize for his extremely represented in part in the international Islamic world for his knowledge, understanding, and dialogues, as well as for the part in fight of start in Indonesia and in countervailing un-Islamic practices and reformer currents. Under the banner of Back to the Quran and Sunnah, which indicate the beginning of an opening to region ijtihad and scientific inquiry, there has been an occurring move in few primary beliefs of Islam. This movement represents the redirection of the Islamic movement in Indonesia since the 1930s. This paper tried to study about Muhammad Nasir's thoughts of Islamic culture and Indonesia. Muhammad Nasir was a young intellectual who was head of an Islamic school, and Muhammad Nasir was a young intellectual and also leader of the Muslim Youth Association. Wrote an article entitled Islam Dan Kebudayan, Islam and Culture in Pedometry Masyarakat, which was later reproduced in his Capita Selecta. Nasir quoted from Gibbs' book, Whether Islam, to the effect that Islam is indeed much more than a system of theology, it is a complete civilization. Nasir used this as an introductory quotation to address the theme of a culture of great historical importance, which he referred to as Islamic culture. Now I would like to discuss his works. Nasir was a prominent thinker who regularly performed for the development of the Indonesian people's otherworldly and meaningfully life. He did not only by way of his motivational speeches, discussions, and his empirical activities, but also good writings. Like his contemporary Islamic scholar Sayyid Abdullah Maududi, who was actively involved in communicating his Islamic ideas in his 20s. Nasir also began writing on Islam and politics in Bhasha, Indonesia, and Dutch when he was still a high school student. He could speak several languages. Besides, Nasir had done mastered 7 languages, namely Dutch, English, Arabic, French, German, Latin, and Esperanto. He has left behind no less than 45 books and articles dealing with several subjects on Islam. One professor, Ajib Rosidi, foreign language, University Osaka, Japan, he is saying about Muhammad Nasir's writing that Nasir's writing are not only important in terms of documentations or historical records, but also give a guidance towards the steps that will be taken by the later generations. Now, I would like to emphasize Nasir's points of view towards Islamic culture. In the late 1930s, Nasir wrote about the spirit of scientific evaluation in Islam and inspired Muslims to question the truth Islam introduced in its disciples. Nasir mainly pointed to conclude that within Islamic culture, the process of evaluation and research is not restricted to what can be dropped from the orthodox highly sciences such as Islamic jurisprudence, ilmul fiqh, logic, ilmul kalam, and mysticism, ilmul tasawwuf. He highlighted Islamic culture from the 9th to the 13th century, granted in the training of what is now known as the modern sciences, examples such economics, political science, sociology, the medical sciences, and physics, natural sciences. Nasir's beliefs to Islam and its thoughts in his writing lighted the fact that Indonesian Muslims were unaware common worldview. In the 1930s, there are different Muslim social groups holding different worldviews could be indicated. First, there were Muslims whose thinking on life was joined by traditional religious instruction or education as reflected in the traditional religious sciences, logic, Islamic jurisprudence, and mysticism. There were also Muslims whose opinion believed a Western education. Finally, third group of individuals within the Muslim community whose point of view was outlined by the philosophy of Orthodox culture. There is a tolerable controversy over whether there is or not an Islamic culture, or whether it is mandatory or not to accurate a culture within the brand of Islam on it. And then observe it safer to use the term Muslim culture. Irrespectively Islamic culture, Ahmad Wahib has the same opinion like Endigo to Wahib, describing Islam to a social system or subsystem as per, for example, Islamic government system, Islamic economic system, or the Islamic concept of social justice. As such, Islamization efforts are basic things of the mind of individual Muslim or a group of Muslims. In his thinking, the creation of a social system or subsystem is likely to space and time and depends on the use of man-made science in that specific sphere of effect of space and time. The belief that there is an Islamic concept of a social system means giving a religious character to something that is non-religious, spreading differences and transcendentalizing matters that are actually immanent. Now I would like to conclude my topic. It appears that further developments in Indonesia will be influenced by two factors. First, the constant hearing of four Islamic values for which since former times such prominent figures as NATSIR have made an appeal. Second, critical awareness of developments in the modern world which is perceived to be going through a process of structural deformation. Muhammad Nasir's opinion of Islamic culture is understandably reviewed in numbers of chances and events. According to him, Islam as a religion does not only lessen the question of devotion but also support the several proportions of human life that are wonderfully organized in Islamic teachings with the fundamental instruction of the Quran. Consequently, political life, social life, economics, culture, and so on cannot be distinguished from the laws of Allah. He conducted that religion and politics are not different because politics is also part of worship. This type of site decorated that religion should also color of the life of country. Therefore, Islam is a perfect religion that does not separate religion from the country. It is undeniable that Muhammad Nasir was the great supporter of the Islamic culture of Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Your time is 5 minutes more. Please manage your time.
She has finished her this presentation. Now you can go, Professor. You can go for questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Please check.
Yeah. I saw in the
Q&A
Q&A, question and answer session, so many questions. I just choose the questions that very relevant to this topic. The first question is to Dr. Nur Wahid and Dr. Fadlizon. This is from Indonesia, from Sofwan Karim. The question is, what the positive point of Nasir thought and his lesson learned for Indonesia recently, political and democracy phenomenon? And the second one from Hamidullah Marazi. I think this is for Dr. Nur Wahid. Why Indonesian Muslims have always supported secular parties rather than parties with Islamic orientation. The Nahdlat and Muhammadiyah couldn't provide alternative to secular politics. And The other question, I think this for Dr. Fadlizon. Do you think that Pancasila is against Islamic belief? There is good element of Tawhid and fellow feelings in these principles. And the other questions from Turkey. Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much to all panelists and hosts and those sacrificed to this webinar. I got very wide perspective about the one of prominent Indonesian heroes, Mr. Muhammad Nasir. Can the panelists address what can be used and capitalized all the Mr. Nasir in thought and acts for building for today's Ummah problem? I think to collect and collaborate all of global Muslim figure and emphasize it today's global problems. I think for this first session of Q&A and answer session, I think that's enough. Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid, please.
Thank you, and thank you for for the delivering of speech and for the answers. But what is the positive things about the positive point of the Dr. Muhammad Nasir thought for Indonesian people and Muslim people in Indonesia? I think one of the very important thing is about giving the fact, giving the fact and clear data that actually there is no need to separate between you as a Muslim and you as the Indonesian citizen. Dr. Muhammad Nasir give us the clearly fact that yes, you become the Muslim and you become the Indonesian people. It can to be practiced, and he practiced it very clearly and very well and very success in it. Therefore, there is no need again to make such the contradicting thing about Islam as ideology, Islam as thought, and Islam as practice, and the citizenship to be practiced and democracy to be practiced. You can practice democracy as Indonesian citizen, and you can in the same time practice Islamic Sharia, Islamic thought, and Islamic ideology. And this is what practiced by Dr. Muhammad Nasir, and he succeeded in practicing it, and especially in coming with the unitary of the Republic of Indonesia, because before it was changed by the Dutch colonialism as the not again as the unitary state, but as a federal state. I think the person that struggle for it, only the person that understand well about the verse of Al-Quran, wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wa la tafarraqu, and at the same time he understand well about the unit of Indonesia democratically and as the purpose of Indonesian independence. This is the first question, I think. And the second one, why the Indonesian people, the majority of them support the secular political parties rather than the Islamic political parties.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, this is another question from us also for our brothers in Indonesia, where they, and it is actually not only practiced in the last decades, but from the first beginning of the general election in Indonesia held in 1955, and at the time there's Dr. Muhammad Nasir as the leader of Masyumi, the Majelis Syura Muslimin of Indonesia, the biggest political party at the time. From that first beginning of the national election, the majority of Muslim not give the vote for the winning of Islamic political party. Yes, the Masyumi and Nahdlatul Ulama party get not less than 43% of the vote, but still the majority is for National Indonesian Party, it's PNI led by Sukarno. Actually, this is another challenge for Muslim political party to solve it, and we hope that by the long practice of democracy and the better understanding about the Islam and its relation with the political activities, and also by the better practicing of Indonesian Islamic political parties, we hope that in the future there will be the good map of the strength of the Islamic political party, and at the time Muslim Ummah in Indonesia can foot and successing the Islamic political party in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid. Yeah, Brother Muhammad Siddiq, you want to speak something?
Yes, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to comment on the presentation by Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padey. He had made a very beautiful presentation, particularly on comparing ideas and thinking of Dr. Muhammad Nasir and Dr. Abdul Kalam Azad. Both are Muslim leaders, one from Indonesia, Nasir, and Kalam Azad from India. I think he has perhaps not had the information about the attitude or policy of Dr. Muhammad about education, which he said missing in terms of including music or culture. I'd like to emphasize here, as I mentioned earlier also, that in that Yayasan Pendidikan Apprentice school that he opened, that started in Bandung, he did combine the two streams of education, general science, included also culture and music into the system of education with Islamic studies. Of course, this is new at the time. Some people didn't agree to that, but he did have this aspect. Of course, he was not advocating popular music, but he was like a theory of the music and all the aspects of that. Number two, I think he was also commenting on the role of education for women, which is I think, if I remember correctly, he saw it was missing in terms of the, in Indonesia. He said that Dr. Manasi didn't give enough attention. I think this is also another aspect which perhaps Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padey may have less information. Or also perhaps because this situation between Indonesia and India is somewhat different in terms of women access and participation in education. I had the opportunity to travel to many parts of India. Maybe I think at least 15 states I visited when I was serving in Nepal, Kathmandu, with the United Nations, and I saw there's a big gap of education with women and male and female among the Muslims. But in Indonesia, this is very popular. From the beginning, access of women to education is almost equal. If I don't say equal. In fact, in schools now, there are more girl students, and also they perform better in many schools than the boys. So I think this is perhaps, I'm sure Dr. Said Ahmad has read a lot, but maybe he missed this particular point.
Okay.
And also about the question which was raised by Dr. Safwan, which was already answered by Dr. Hidayat Wahid. I have one little point. I think the reason why is because we have Muslims in this generally have less understanding about Islamic values. When they hear Sharia, something which they consider capital punishment, they consider chopping of heads and chopping of hands as punishment, which is not true. You see, the first Sharia is Iqra, that is instruction to read, which is a prerequisite for development and civilization. And then there's so much things about health, about management, about efficiency, tabzir. There's so much rejected in Islam. So all things are not so much, I think this misunderstood rather than opposing. So they didn't choose 4 Islamic parties, maybe because, I believe because of lack of understanding. So this is a role of all the Muslims organization, including Professor Safwan, which I know now he's the chairman of Muhammadiyah of West Sumatra after he was professor of economics at Andalas University. We should strengthen understanding of Sharia. Sharia is now a word which is misunderstood, and therefore it is Mazloom. Sharia word is Mazloom, although now from Sharia banks now accepted. Before it was.
Excuse me, Brother Muhammad Siddiq.
Okay.
So many questions.
Thank you.
Let's conclude. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is a very, very important question from Dr. Umi Zakia, Brawijaya University. This addressed to Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid. Some basic consideration of Muhammad Nasir point of views and thought on Islamic ways and democracy were due to the Muslim populations in the country and the way of life of Islam religion that he believed to be the most suitable to be implemented in terms of democracy within the government. That he believed as well can reduce various problems in political sector and many other problems that might occur. However, it turned out that this kind of thought was not gain a fruitful result in Indonesia in political reform, as Indonesian were one among many that has various tribes and religion, even though the majority is Muslim. Compared to Malaysia that has perhaps almost the same political and democracy situation, what then perhaps the reason and factors causing this? Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid.
Thank you for this very important and very critical question. And actually, Dr. Siddiq gave part of the answer. And I think another thing to be talked here about this condition is it's based also to the practice of political actors in the parliament or in political organization. Because yes, you know that the majority of the political leaders or political actors are Muslim, whether they are in secular political parties. But it's people find in the same time that those people maybe they gained the majority vote of Indonesian people, and by that they became the government, they become the ruling party, they become the governor or the mayors, or become the members of the Indonesian parliament from national level to the local level. But Muslim people, they don't find what they want to be practiced, because at the same time, Dr. Muhammad talked before that the understanding of Indonesian people, the Muslim political parties or the secular political parties from the Muslim people.
Oops, there is a problem of signal. Okay, okay. Now,
and Islam, and it to be practiced in their role. By that, I want to say that it is not a challenge actually for the Muslim activists and also for the Muslim leaders in maybe in Islamic political parties or in secular political parties to in future to give another proof to the Indonesian voters. Maybe they are Muslim Muslim activists or non-Muslim activists that by the coming of the periods and by the coming of some come and go as the ruling party or not ruling party, but they can also practice the better. They can study from the experiences practiced before, and by that they give another good effort to become the better. This is the challenge of the history, and we hope that we can win this challenge also. Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid. Now, 7 minutes left. I want to conclude this session. From Dr. Hidayat Nur Wahid, he highlighted that Dr. Muhammad Nasir's contribution to nation building in Indonesia is to unite the Republic of Indonesia from federal. And Dr. Fadlizon, Islam and democracy, Muhammad Nasir political thought. Nasir believed that Islam is a democracy, but not as usual democracy, but Islamic nationalism. Islam is not only religion, it is a complete civilization. From Dr. Sajjad Ahmad Padi, Aligarh Muslim University, he highlight the performance of nation building of Dr. Muhammad Nasir in terms of modifying curriculum of madrasah. And from Ms. Khair Hassan Nas from Aligarh University, he highlight the role of contribution of Muhammad Nasir to the culture of Islam. So I think the contribution of Dr. Muhammad Nasir not only in the nation buildings, but also in the democracy, in the education and culture. I think I conclude this session, and I will turn back to Professor Wani.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. And Thank you, Professor. And I have to just say we are grateful to all the participants and resource persons and all friends, organizers, technical staff. And then tomorrow we'll be again here according to Indian time at 10:30. And that may be 12 according to the Indonesian time. So inshallah, tomorrow we'll be back to the conference, to the next technical session, and accordingly we'll proceed with it and then go into the second day of our this international conference. Wish a good time to all of you. So I said according to Indian time it will be 10:30, and according to Malaysian time it may be 12. So all know it, and okay.
Malaysian time will be 1 o'clock.
To all of you, and have a good night. And
Malaysian o'clock will be 1 o'clock. Malaysian time will be 1 o'clock. Indonesian time will be 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Malaysian time will be 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Malaysian time will be 1 p.m.
It will be, yeah, according to Indian time 10:30, and according to Indonesian time it will be 1.
Well, yes, in Malaysian time is 1 o'clock.
Okay, okay. So accordingly we'll go by that. So God bless you all. Meeting inshallah tomorrow again. And then take it to the conclusion. And then we may proceed for other programs also in future.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah wa khaira darain.
Wa iyyakum.
Amin. Wa iyyakum. Barakallahu fikum. Jazakallah khair.
Okay, the link will be the same. The link
you very
will
much.
be the same
See you
for
later,
tomorrow
Dr.
as well.
Inshallah ta'ala. Barakallahu fikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.